3 years, 33 months, 997 days. That's how long Vanessa Hart lived as a married woman, without her husband ever touching her hand. No goodnight kiss, no accidental brush of fingers over morning coffee, no coffee at all, actually, because they never had breakfast together. They never had anything together. Picture this: a $50 million penthouse in Los Angeles, floor-to-ceiling windows overlooking a city of 8 million people, 2 bedrooms on opposite ends of a marble hallway, 2 strangers living close enough to hear each other breathe, but far enough apart that they never did. You're probably wondering, why? Why would anyone agree to this? Was it money? Desperation? Or maybe was it something darker? Something neither of them could say out loud? Before we get into the story, kindly let us know where you're watching from, and if you enjoy this story, please like the video so other people just like you can find this video too. Now let's get into it. Here's what we know. On a Saturday afternoon in March, 3 years ago, Vanessa Marie Hart walked down an aisle in a Beverly Hills hotel ballroom. 23 years old, a degree in literature she'd never used, and a father whose tech company was 72 hours away from bankruptcy. Waiting for her at the altar, Julian Alexander Whitmore, 31 years old, CEO of Whitmore Capital, one of the most powerful venture firms on the West Coast. Forbes estimated his net worth at $1.2 billion. They'd met twice before the wedding. Twice. Both meetings lasted less than 20 minutes. The ceremony took 11 minutes. There were 47 guests, mostly his business associates. Her mother cried. His mother didn't attend. When the officiant said, "You may kiss the bride," Julian leaned in and whispered something in Vanessa's ear instead. No one knows what he said, but witnesses remember this. She went completely still, and when she smiled for the photographer 30 seconds later, her hands were shaking. That night, Julian showed Vanessa to her room, the East Wing. He took the West Wing for himself. He said goodnight from the doorway, never crossed the threshold, and then he did something that would set the pattern for the next 997 days. He disappeared before sunrise, every single morning, like clockwork. For 3 years, Vanessa woke up alone, ate alone, spent her days in a home that felt more like a museum than a life. She had a black card with no limit and nothing she wanted to buy. She had a last name that opened every door in the city and a husband who barely remembered her first name. But here's the thing about human beings. We're not built for invisibility. You can ignore someone for a day, a week, maybe even a month, but 3 years? 3 years of being looked through instead of looked at? That doesn't just hurt. That changes you. So ask yourself this. What would you do if you were legally bound to someone who treated you like furniture? If you had everything money could buy except the one thing that actually matters? Would you wait? Would you leave? Or would you do what Vanessa did? Because here's what nobody expected. Vanessa didn't break. She didn't beg for attention. She didn't even file for divorce. Instead, she did something that would eventually bring Julian Whitmore, a man who controlled billion-dollar empires, completely to his knees. She started watching, listening, learning. Every morning after he left, she'd walk to the penthouse and look at what he left behind. The Wall Street Journal folded to the mergers and acquisition section. His laptop opened to financial models he'd been building at 3 a.m., conference call notes scribbled on the back of napkins. Month 1, she taught herself to read a balance sheet. Month 6, she was fluent in Mandarin because she noticed all his new clients were based in Shanghai. Month 18, she could predict his business moves 3 weeks before he made them. By month 33, Vanessa Hart knew more about Whitmore Capital than some of his own board members, and he had absolutely no idea. But knowledge is a strange thing. The more you learn about someone from a distance, the more questions you start to ask. Like, why did a man worth over $1 billion need to marry a stranger to save a failing tech company? Why separate bedrooms? Why the cold distance? Why did he look at her sometimes, in those rare moments when he thought she wasn't paying attention, like he was afraid? Not angry, not indifferent, afraid. What Vanessa didn't know, what she couldn't know, is that Julian Whitmore had buried a secret so dangerous it had already destroyed one life. And in exactly 10 days, that secret would crawl out of the past and come for her too. The question isn't whether their marriage was real. The question is, can you fall in love with someone who has been protecting you by pretending you don't exist? There's a particular kind of loneliness that comes from being married. Not the loneliness of being single. That's different. When you're alone, you know you're alone. You can call a friend, go out, fill the emptiness with something. But when you're married, when there's another person living 20 feet away from you, breathing the same air, existing in the same space, and you're still completely alone, that's a different kind of empty. That's the kind that makes you question whether you're even real. And that's exactly where Vanessa found herself on day 1, day 50, day 347. Here's what Vanessa's life looked like. Every morning, she'd wake up around 7:30. The penthouse would be silent, that heavy kind of silence that feels like it's pressing down on you. She'd lie there for a few minutes, listening. Sometimes she could hear the faint sound of Julian's shower running in the west wing. Sometimes she'd hear his footsteps in the hallway. But by the time she got up, he was already gone. Julian left the penhome every morning before 8, sometimes earlier. Vanessa started tracking it in her head without meaning to. Monday, 7:43 a.m. Tuesday, 7:38 a.m. Wednesday, 7:51 a.m. Like clockwork, but never predictable enough that she could time it, never consistent enough that she could accidentally run into him. It was like he was calibrating his departure to avoid her. So Vanessa would make coffee in a kitchen that felt too big for one person. She'd sit at the island, this massive slab of Calacatta marble that could seat 8, and she'd be the only one there. The housekeeper, Maria, came Tuesdays and Fridays, 56 years old, from Guadalajara originally. She'd worked for Julian for 7 years, and in all that time, she'd learned how to move through the penthouse like a ghost, quiet, efficient, never asking questions. But Maria was kind. She was the only person in that entire building who looked at Vanessa like she was actually there. "Did you eat breakfast, Mrs. Whitmore?" she'd ask. And Vanessa would lie. "Yes, thank you." Because what else do you say? "No, I can't eat because there's a knot in my stomach that's been there for 6 months and I don't know how to untie it." After coffee, Vanessa had nothing. No job. Julian had made it clear she didn't need to work. "You're taken care of," he'd said once in passing, like she was a bill he'd already paid. No friends nearby. Most of her college roommates had scattered after graduation. One was in New York, another in Seattle. They text occasionally, but how do you explain your life when you can't even explain it to yourself? So Vanessa started filling the hours the only way she knew. She started learning. It began small. She took an online course in business analytics through Coursera, just something to occupy her mind. But then she finished it, and she was good at it, really good. So she took another one, financial modeling, then corporate strategy, then macroeconomics. By month 6, Vanessa had completed 9 courses. She'd learned to read a balance sheet faster than most junior analysts. She could spot a bad investment from the first page of a pitch deck. And here's the thing nobody tells you about education. Once you start, You can't stop seeing patterns everywhere. Vanessa would be sitting in the living room, laptop open, working through a case study on market expansion strategies, and she'd hear Julian come home, usually around 9 or 10 at night. He'd drop his briefcase by the door, pour himself 2 fingers of whiskey, neat, always the same glass. And he'd sit in his office, door half open, and take calls with Tokyo, London, Singapore. She could hear fragments of his conversations. The Shanghai market is unstable right now. No, I don't think they'll meet the Q4 projections. We need a bilingual analyst on the ground. And Vanessa would think, he needs someone who speaks Mandarin. So she learned Mandarin. Started with Duolingo, moved to Rosetta Stone, then found a tutor on italki, a woman named Li Wei who taught from Beijing, and didn't ask why an American housewife suddenly wanted to become fluent in Chinese. Within a year, she could hold a conversation. 18 months in, she was reading Chinese financial news sites. 2 years, and she was fluent enough to interpret. But she never told Julian. What would be the point? He didn't ask about her days, didn't ask what she did with her time. On the rare occasions they passed each other in the penthouse, him coming home, her heading to bed, he'd nod, sometimes say, "Good evening." That was it. 2 people sharing 10,000 square feet and barely using 10 words between them? You want to know what the worst part was? It wasn't the loneliness. Vanessa expected that. It was the almosts. The moments when Julian would almost be human. Like the time Vanessa got the flu in month 14. She'd been in bed for 3 days, barely able to move. Maria had left soup outside her door. And on the second night, around midnight, Vanessa woke up to get water. She was dizzy, feverish, stumbling down the hallway in the dark. And Julian was standing in the kitchen. He froze when he saw her, actually looked startled, like he'd forgotten she lived there. "You're sick," he said. Not a question, an observation. "Just the flu." Her voice was hoarse. "I'm fine." He stared at her for a long moment, and Vanessa could swear she saw something flicker across his face. Concern? Guilt? She couldn't tell. Then he opened a cabinet, pulled out a bottle of fever reducer and set it on the counter. "Take 2, get some rest." And he walked away. That was the closest thing to care Vanessa got in 3 years. Ibuprofen left on a counter. No, "How are you feeling the next day?" No follow-up. He went back to leaving before she woke up, coming home after she retreated to her room. And somehow that almost kindness made it worse because it meant he could be human. He just chose not to be, at least not with her. So Vanessa learned to live in the margins. She'd listen to him work and teach herself his industry. She'd watch him from across the living room, those rare nights when they were both home at the same time, sitting in separate spaces, existing in parallel. She learned things about him that he had never told her. He took his coffee black, no sugar, worked on his laptop standing, upright, had it set up in his office where the desk raised and lowered. He ran every morning before work, 5 miles, always the same route through the hills. He had insomnia. She could hear him moving around at 2, 3 in the morning. Have you ever lived with someone you didn't know? Not a roommate, not a friend, someone you're legally bound to, someone whose last name you carry, someone who's supposed to be your partner, but is actually just a person you happen to see occasionally in a hallway? It does something to you. You start wondering if you're the problem, if maybe you're just uninteresting, forgettable, the kind of person who's easy to ignore. Vanessa would stand in front of the mirror some mornings and think, am I even here? If I disappeared, how long would he notice? And then there were the birthdays. 3 of them. 3 years in a row. The first birthday, month 10, Vanessa woke up hoping maybe Julian would remember. Maybe Maria had mentioned it, something, anything. But there was nothing. Julian left at 7:46 that morning, came home at 11 that night, never said a word. Vanessa sat alone in her room that evening with a cupcake Maria had left for her. Chocolate with vanilla frosting, a single candle on top. She lit it, watched the flame flicker, and she made a wish that she knew wouldn't come true. Second birthday, month 22, Vanessa didn't even hope. She spent the day taking an advanced certification course in data analytics, finished it by 3 p.m., scored in the 98th percentile. There was no one to tell. Maria was off that day. Julian was in San Francisco for meetings. The penthouse was empty except for her and the silence that had become her most constant companion. She ordered Thai food from a Thai place down the street, ate it standing at the kitchen counter, went to bed at 9:30. 24 years old and already feeling like she'd lived a whole lifetime. Third birthday, month 34, Vanessa didn't even acknowledge it. She woke up, made coffee, worked through 3 modules of a corporate finance course, had a video call with her Mandarin tutor, read a book on negotiation tactics. Julian came home early that night, 8:15, unusual for him. He walked past me in the living room, stopped, turned back. "Vanessa," he said. I looked up from my laptop. "Yes." He opened his mouth, closed it, looked at me like he was trying to solve an equation he couldn't quite figure out. Then, "Have you eaten dinner?" "Not yet." Another pause, long enough that my heart started beating faster. Was he about to suggest we eat together? Was this finally going to be the moment when, "There's leftover Thai food in the fridge, help yourself." And he walked to his office. The email came on a Tuesday morning. Vanessa was in the living room, halfway through an article on emerging markets in Southeast Asia, when her phone buzzed. An email from an address she'd seen before but never received messages from directly. Claire Hoffman, Julianne's executive assistant, 42 years old, Harvard MBA. She'd been with Whitmore Capital for 9 years and ran Julian's life with the precision of a Swiss watch. Vanessa had met her exactly 3 times. Each time, Claire had smiled politely, shaken her hand, and looked through her like she was made of glass. The email had no greeting, no pleasantries, just Mrs. Whitmore. The annual Whitmore Foundation Gala is scheduled for Saturday, April 8th at the Beverly Wilshire. Cocktail reception at 7 p.m. Dinner at 8. Black tie. Mr. Whitmore has requested your attendance. A stylist will contact you Thursday to discuss wardrobe. Car will collect you at 6:30 p.m. Please confirm receipt. CH. Vanessa read it 3 times. Requested your attendance. Not would like you to attend. Not hopes you'll join him. Requested, like she was being summoned to a deposition. She should have been used to it by now, this transactional language. Everything with Julian was a request, a confirmation, a scheduled item. Even his wife was just another entry in his calendar. But this felt different. In 3 years, Vanessa had attended exactly 4 public events with Julian. A charity auction 18 months ago, a holiday party for Whitmore Capital investors, a ribbon-cutting ceremony for some tech incubator he'd funded, and their wedding. Each time, the routine was the same. Julian would tell her what to wear. She'd show up, stand beside him, smile when spoken to, say as little as possible, and then they'd go home separately. Him to close whatever deal he'd been working, her to another night alone. He'd never requested her attendance at the Foundation Gala. The Foundation Gala was the biggest event Whitmore Capital hosted all year. 500 guests, every major player in venture capital, private equity, and tech investment on the West Coast. This wasn't just a party, it was Julian's stage, and he'd never brought her before. Vanessa typed a short reply, confirmed, and hit send. Then she sat there, staring at her phone, feeling something she hadn't felt in a long time. Not excitement, not dread, curiosity. Why now? Why this event? She opened her laptop and pulled up the guests list. It was public information posted on the Whitmore Foundation's website. 500 names, arranged alphabetically. Investors, philanthropists, a few politicians, tech CEOs, media executives. And then she saw it. Page 3. Listed under the L's, Marcus Lennox, CEO Lennox Ventures. Marcus Lennox. She knew that name. Everyone in the industry knew that name. Lennox Ventures was the second largest private equity firm in Los Angeles, right behind Whitmore Capital. Lennox had built his reputation on aggressive acquisitions and hostile takeovers, the kind of investor who saw opportunity in other people's failures. And for the last 2 years, he'd been circling Julian's territory like a shark. Vanessa had read about it in Forbes, Bloomberg, The Wall Street Journal, articles she'd consumed during those long, empty days. Marcus had tried to poach 3 of Julian's top analysts. He'd outbid Whitmore Capital on 2 major deals. And he'd given an interview 6 months ago where he said, and this was a direct quote, "Julian Whitmore built an empire on old strategies. The industry is evolving. He's not." It was a declaration of war wrapped in business jargon. So Julian was bringing his wife to the gala, the same gala where his biggest competitor would be watching, evaluating, looking for weakness. Vanessa understood immediately. She wasn't being invited as a partner. She was being deployed as a prop. Look, everyone, Julian Whitmore has it all. The company, the reputation, the beautiful wife. He's untouchable. And the thing that made Vanessa's chest tighten wasn't the manipulation. It was the fact that she'd expected it. 3 years had taught her exactly what she was to Julian, an asset, a line item in his portfolio, something to be managed and displayed when necessary. But here's what Julian didn't know. Vanessa had spent 3 years learning to read the game he was playing, and she was done sitting on the sidelines. That afternoon, Julian came home early. 4:30. Almost unheard of. Vanessa was in the kitchen when she heard his key in the lock. She looked up from her laptop. She'd been reviewing Whitmore Capital's latest SEC filings, trying to understand what deals Julian was currently working. He walked in, set his briefcase down, and saw her. For a second, he looked surprised, like he'd forgotten she'd be there. "Vanessa." He loosened his tie. "Claire sent you the details about Saturday." "She did." "Good. The stylist will contact you. Get whatever you need. Charge it to the company card." "Okay." He started to walk toward his office, then stopped, turned back. "This event is important," he said, not looking at her directly, looking just past her at some point on the wall behind her head. "I understand." Vanessa set down her coffee cup slowly. "What kind of impression?" she asked. Julian blinked, like the question surprised him. "The usual. Polished, pleasant." He paused, searching for the right word. "Appropriate." "Appropriate," Vanessa repeated. "Yes." He was already moving toward his office again. "Smile. Be gracious. If anyone asks about your background, keep it brief. You don't need to say anything of substance." Julian stopped, actually turned to look at her this time. There was something in Vanessa's voice, a sharpness that hadn't been there before, just the tiniest edge. "Excuse me?" Vanessa smiled, the same polite, empty smile she'd been giving him for 3 years. "Nothing. I understand. I'll be appropriate." Julian studied her for a moment. His expression was unreadable, that same boardroom mask he always wore. "Vanessa, this isn't personal. It's just that these events have a certain dynamic. People will ask questions about us, about our marriage, and I need the narrative to be controlled." Another pause. "Consistent," he said finally. "I need the narrative to be consistent." And there it was. The truth underneath all the polite language. "Don't embarrass me. Don't reveal that this marriage is empty. Don't let anyone see that you're just another contract I signed." "I'll be there at 6:30, Vanessa said quietly. "I'll wear whatever the stylist picks. I'll smile for the cameras. I'll play the part." Julian nodded once. "Thank you." And he disappeared into his office, door closing with that same quiet click. Vanessa stood there in the kitchen, this massive, pristine space where she'd spent 3 years eating meals alone, and something inside her shifted. Not snapped, not broke, just shifted. Like a door she'd kept locked for 997 days had suddenly cracked open. Because here's the thing about being invisible for that long. You start to believe you are. You start to think maybe you really are just background noise, just decoration, just someone who exists to make someone else look good. But Vanessa had spent 3 years doing more than just existing. She'd learned. She'd studied. She'd consumed every piece of information she could about Julian's world, his business, his strategies. And she'd seen something that maybe Julian hadn't. She'd seen the cracks. That night, after Julian had left for a dinner meeting, Vanessa opened her laptop and started digging. She pulled up every public filing she could find on Whitmore Capital. Annual reports, investors' presentations, SEC disclosures, merger documents. She cross-referenced them with news articles, analyst reports, competitor strategies, and she started building a picture. Julian was making a major push into the Asian market, specifically China and Singapore. He'd spent the last 18 months positioning Whitmore Capital as the go-to firm for Western companies looking to expand into Asia. It was a smart strategy, on paper, but Vanessa had been reading Chinese business news for 2 years, and she'd noticed something that maybe Julian's analyst had missed. There was a problem with the regulatory environment, a shift happening in Beijing that would fundamentally change how foreign investment firms could operate in mainland China. New restrictions on data sharing, new requirements for local partnerships, new laws that would force companies like Whitmore Capital to restructure their entire approach. It was buried in policy documents, hidden in bureaucratic language, the kind of thing you'd only catch if you were reading Chinese government websites every day, which Vanessa was, and which Julian's team apparently wasn't. Because Whitmore Capital had just invested $40 million into a Shanghai-based fintech startup, an investment that was predicated on data access that would be illegal in about 6 months. Julian was walking into a trap, and he didn't even know it. Vanessa sat back in her chair, staring at her screen. She could do nothing. Show up on Saturday, smile, be appropriate, let Julian's business move forward while she stayed decorative and silent. That's what he wanted. That's what she'd been doing for 3 years. Or she could do something that would change everything. She thought about Julian's words, "I need you to make a good impression." Okay, she'd make an impression, just not the one he was expecting. Over the next 3 days, Vanessa prepared. She refined her analysis of the China situation, built a presentation deck, just for herself, just to organize her thoughts. She identified 3 specific investments Whitmore Capital had made that would be compromised by the new regulations. She researched every board member who'd be at the gala, memorized their portfolios, learned their investment philosophies. And she paid special attention to Marcus Lennox, because Marcus wasn't just Julian's competitor. He was someone who understood the Asian market, someone who'd built relationships in Beijing and Singapore, someone who'd been positioning himself as the smarter, more forward-thinking alternative to Whitmore Capital. If Vanessa was going to make Julian notice her, Marcus was the key. Thursday afternoon, the stylist arrived, a woman named Simone, who brought 6 dress options, all in the neutral tones Julian preferred: beige, champagne, pale gray. Mr. Whitmore suggested something understated, Simone said, holding up a floor-length silk dress the color of sand. Vanessa looked at the options, all of them beautiful, all of them designed to help her fade into the background. "Actually," Vanessa said slowly, "do you have anything in red?" Simone blinked. "Red? Yes. Something that makes a statement." Simone hesitated. "Mr. Whitmore specifically said—" "I know what he said, but it's my name on the invitation too, and I'd like to wear red." Saturday night, April 8th. In 72 hours, Vanessa would walk into that ballroom and do something that would shatter the arrangement she lived inside for 3 years. She would speak. She would be seen. She would step out of the margins and directly into Julian's carefully controlled world. And she would finally make him understand she wasn't decoration. She wasn't a prop. She was a woman who'd been watching, learning, and waiting for the exact right moment to remind everyone, including her husband, that she existed. But here's what Vanessa didn't know, what she couldn't possibly know. Julian wasn't just bringing her to the gala to maintain appearances. He was bringing her because someone had been watching them. Someone who'd been waiting for Julian to finally reveal the one weakness he'd spent years trying to hide: his wife. And in 3 days, that person was going to make their move. The question wasn't whether Vanessa would survive the night. The question was, would either of them survive what came after? Saturday, April 8th, 6:17 p.m. The sun was setting over Los Angeles, one of those golden California evenings where the light turns everything amber, the kind of night that's supposed to feel full of possibility. Vanessa stood in her bedroom looking at herself in the full-length mirror. The dress was crimson, not red, crimson, deep, saturated, impossible to ignore. It had a high neckline but an open back, fitted through the naste, flowing to the floor, elegant but defiant. The kind of dress that announced your presence before you even entered a room. Her hair was pulled back, swept into a low chignon, diamond earrings, a wedding gift from Julian's mother that she'd never worn, minimal makeup, except for the lipstick, which matched the dress exactly. She looked like someone going to war, which, in a way, she was. Vanessa's phone buzzed. A text from the driver, "Arriving in 5 minutes." Her heart was pounding, not from fear. She'd stopped being afraid somewhere around month 27, when she'd realized the worst thing that could happen had already happened. She'd already disappeared. No, this was something else. Adrenaline, anticipation. For 3 years, she'd made herself small, quiet, forgettable. Tonight, she was going to take up space. She picked up her clutch, a small black Bottega Veneta that held nothing but her phone, lipstick, and a business card she'd had printed 2 days ago, just in case. Vanessa Hart Whitmore, strategic consultant. No company name, no title, just her name and a phone number. Because if tonight went the way she hoped it would, she wouldn't need Julian's name to introduce herself anymore. The car was waiting downstairs, a black Mercedes S-Class. The driver opened the door without a word. He'd driven Vanessa to the other events over the years, and he'd learned not to make small talk with Mrs. Whitmore. She never responded anyway. But tonight, Vanessa surprised him. "Thank you, Marcus," she said as she slid into the back seat. The driver blinked. "You're welcome, Mrs. Whitmore." It was the first time she'd ever used his name. The drive to the Beverly Wilshire took 18 minutes. Vanessa watched the city slide past, billboards, palm trees, people heading out for dinner, completely unaware that a woman in the back of a Mercedes was about to burn down 3 years of her life. When she pulled up to the hotel, there were already photographers outside. Not paparazzi, corporate photographers hired to document the event. They were snapping photos of arriving guests, investors in tuxedos, tech CEOs with their wives. And then Vanessa stepped out of the car. The crimson dress caught the light immediately. Several photographers turned. Cameras flashed. Someone called out, "Mrs. Whitmore, over here." Vanessa paused just for a second and let them take the shot. Then she walked into the hotel, heels clicking on marble, feeling like she'd just crossed a line she couldn't uncross. The Beverly Wilshire ballroom was on the second floor. She could hear the music and conversation drifting down the hallway as she approached. A string quartet playing something classical. The low hum of 500 people networking, laughing, performing the elaborate dance of business disguised as charity. At the entrance, a woman with a tablet was checking names against the guest list. "Vanessa Whitmore," Vanessa said. The woman glanced up, did a double take on the dress, then recovered quickly. "Of course, Mrs. Whitmore. Welcome. Mr. Whitmore's near the bar." Vanessa walked into the ballroom, and the first thing she noticed was how many people there were. The space was massive. Vaulted ceilings, crystal chandeliers, floor-to-ceiling windows overlooking Rodeo Drive, round tables set for dinner, each one seating 10. A stage at the far end where Julian would presumably give a speech later. And everywhere, people in tailored suits and designer gowns, holding champagne flutes, laughing at jokes that probably weren't funny, but were politically necessary. Vanessa scanned the room. It took her less than 10 seconds to spot Julian. He stood near the bar, exactly where the woman had said he'd be, talking to 3 men in tuxedos, board members. Vanessa recognized them from the website. He was holding a whiskey, neat, gesturing with his free hand as he made some point. He looked comfortable, in his element. This was his world. And then he saw Vanessa. Julian's eyes locked on Vanessa across the room, and for the first time in 3 years, Vanessa saw genuine emotion on his face. Not the polite neutrality he usually wore, not the distant professionalism. Shock, followed immediately by something that looked a lot like irritation. His jaw tightened. His hand, the one holding the whiskey, went completely still. One of the board members said something to him. He didn't respond. He was staring at Vanessa like she just appeared out of thin air, or like she'd just done something very, very wrong. Vanessa held his gaze, didn't look away, didn't apologize with her expression. And then she did something she'd never done before at one of these events. She smiled, a real smile, the kind that said, "Yes, I'm here, and I'm not hiding." Julian excused himself from the conversation and started walking towards her. His expression was carefully controlled now, back to that neutral mask, but Vanessa could see the tension in his shoulders, the way his fingers were gripping the glass just a little too tightly. He reached her in less than 20 seconds. "Vanessa?" His voice was low, quiet enough that no one nearby could hear. "I specifically asked for something understated. You asked for appropriate. This is a gala. It seemed appropriate to wear something memorable." Julian's eyes narrowed. The stylist was supposed to. "The stylist showed me 6 dresses. I chose this one." A muscle in Julian's jaw twitched. He opened his mouth to say something, then caught himself. Remembered where they were, who might be watching. Instead, he leaned in slightly. His voice was tight, controlled. "We're gonna talk about this later. Looking forward to it lightly." Before Julian can respond, a voice cut through the tension. "Julian Whitmore, and this must be the elusive Mrs. Whitmore." Both of them turned. The man approaching was tall, 6'1", maybe 6'2". Mid-40s, salt and pepper hair styled perfectly, and a tuxedo that probably cost more than most people's monthly rent, and a smile that looked friendly but felt calculating. Marcus Lennox recognized him immediately from photos, but photos didn't capture the energy he brought into a space, the way he seemed to assess everything with a single glance. "Marcus." Julian's voice had shifted now, still tense, but now layered with professional courtesy. "Good to see you." "Is it?" Marcus' smile widened. "I'm never quite sure with you, Julian. You're so good at saying things you don't mean." It was a jab, wrapped in humor, the kind of comment that could be laughed off, but carried real weight underneath. Julian didn't laugh. "Have you met my wife? Vanessa, this is Marcus Lennox." Marcus turned his full attention to Vanessa, extended his hand. "Mrs. Whitmore, I've been hoping to meet you for years. Julian keeps you remarkably well hidden." Vanessa shook his hand. Firm grip, direct eye contact. "I prefer to stay out of the spotlight." "Do you?" Marcus tilted his head slightly. "Then that dress is sending a very mixed message." It was bold, bordering on inappropriate, the kind of comment that could be dismissed as flirtation but was really a test. Vanessa smiled. "Maybe I'm sending a new message." Marcus's eyebrows lifted. "Well, that's interesting." Julian's hand landed on the small of Vanessa's back, the first time he touched her in months. Possessive, a warning. Vanessa doesn't usually attend these events. She's not familiar with the dynamics. "Oh, I think I'm familiar enough," Vanessa said quietly. Marcus's eyes flicked between them, reading the tension, clearly enjoying it. "So tell me, Mrs. Whitmore, what do you do with your time when you're not being hidden away by your husband?" Another jab, this one directly at Julian. Julian's hand tightened on Vanessa's back. "Marcus." "A study," Vanessa interrupted. She could feel Julian's surprise. "Business analytics, market trends, regulatory environments." Marcus looked genuinely intrigued. "Really? Any particular markets?" "Asia primarily. China, Singapore, Japan." "Fascinating." Marcus took a sip of his champagne. "And what's your take on the current investment climate in China, given the regulatory changes happening in Beijing?" It was a setup, a way to expose that Vanessa probably didn't know what she was talking about, that she was just making conversation. But Vanessa had been preparing for exactly this moment. "Well," Vanessa said, "I think a lot of Western firms are underestimating the implications of the new data sharing restrictions. The regulations that went into effect in January aren't just bureaucratic adjustments. They fundamentally change how foreign investment firms can operate in mainland China." Marcus's expression shifted. The performative charm dropped slightly. He was actually listening now. Most firms are still operating under the assumption that they can maintain the same level of data access they had 2 years ago. But the new restrictions require local partnerships for any data that crosses international borders, which means any fintech investment that relies on accessing Chinese consumer data is going to hit a wall in the next 6 to 8 months. She paused. Let that sink in. Unless they've already restructured their partnerships, which most haven't. Silence. Marcus stared at her, then at Julian, then back at Vanessa. You speak Mandarin? Fluently, Vanessa said. Marcus smiled slowly. Then he said something in Mandarin, rapid fire, a full sentence about investment strategy and regulatory compliance. Without hesitating, Vanessa responded, also in Mandarin. She told him that she'd been reading the policy documents directly from the Chinese government website, that most English translations missed the nuance of the enforcement language. Marcus's smile turned into something genuinely impressed. How long have you been studying? He asked, switching back to English. 2 years. Why? Vanessa glanced at Julian. He was staring at her like he'd never seen her before. I had time, she said simply. Marcus laughed, a real laugh, not the performative kind. Julian, he said, I have to say I'm surprised. You've been hiding a strategic asset in plain sight. Julian's expression was unreadable. Vanessa's interests are her own. Clearly. Marcus turned back to Vanessa. Mrs. Whitmore, I have a question. Have you ever considered consulting work? Because I'm looking for someone with exactly your skill set, someone who understands both the Western and Chinese business environments, someone who can read regulatory tea leaves before they become problems. It was a job offer, delivered right in front of Julian. Vanessa felt Julian's hand drop from her back. That's generous, she said carefully, but I'm not sure I'm qualified. You just gave me a better analysis of the China situation than half my analysts have provided in 6 months. You're qualified. The question is, are you interested? Before Vanessa could answer, Marcus reached into his jacket and pulled out a business card. Think about it, he said, handing it to her. My direct line is on the back. Call me next week. We'll have lunch, talk specifics. Then he leaned in slightly, close enough that Julian couldn't hear. You're wasted as decoration, Mrs. Whitmore, he said quietly. Does your husband even know who you are? And then he stepped back, smiled at both of them, and walked away. Vanessa stood there, holding Marcus's card, feeling like the ground had just shifted underneath her. Julian was silent for a long moment. Then, we need to talk now. Julian didn't wait for her to respond. He turned and walked toward the hallway outside the ballroom. Vanessa followed, heels clicking on marble, her heart pounding. They ended up in a small alcove near the restrooms, private enough that they wouldn't be overheard, public enough that Julian couldn't completely lose his composure. He turned to face her, and for the first time in 3 years, she saw real emotion on his face. Anger, confusion, and something else she couldn't quite name. What the hell was that? Julian's voice was low but sharp. A conversation. That was not a conversation. That was... He stopped, ran a hand through his hair, a gesture he'd never seen from him before. He was always so controlled. You speak Mandarin. You've been studying Chinese market regulations? For 2 years. 2 years? His voice rose slightly. Why didn't you tell me? Vanessa looked at him, really looked at him. This man she'd been married to for 3 years, this stranger who shared her last name but not her life. "When would I have told you, Julian?" she asked quietly. "During our breakfast together? Oh, wait, we don't have breakfast together. Maybe during our evening conversations, except we don't have those either." Julian's jaw tightened. "That's not Vanessa. You leave before I wake up. You come home after I've gone to bed. On the rare occasions we're in the same room, you look through me like I'm furniture. So forgive me if I didn't think you'd be interested in how I spend my days." "I asked you to be appropriate tonight, and I was. I was polite, professional. I engaged in a conversation about business strategy. What exactly was inappropriate about that?" Julian stared at her. Something was happening behind his eyes, some calculation, some reassessment. "The dress," he said finally. "You knew I wanted you to wear something neutral." "You wanted me to disappear," Vanessa corrected. "You wanted me to stand next to you and be invisible. I've been invisible for 3 years, Julian. Tonight, I decided to exist." The words hung between them. Julian opened his mouth, closed it. He looked like he was seeing her for the first time. "What are you doing?" he asked, not angry now, almost curious. "What game are you playing?" Vanessa smiled, sad, tired. "I'm not playing a game. I'm just done pretending that I don't exist, that I don't have thoughts or skills or value beyond being your wife on paper." For a moment, neither of them spoke. Julian was looking at her like she was a puzzle he was trying to solve, and beneath the anger, beneath the confusion, Vanessa saw something she hadn't seen before. Intrigue. Like he just realized the woman standing in front of him wasn't who he thought she was. "We should get back," Julian said finally. His voice was different, quieter. "People will notice we're gone." Vanessa nodded, started to walk past him, but Julian caught her arm gently. She stopped, looked back. "Did Marcus really offer you a job?" he asked. "He did. Are you going to take it?" Vanessa met his eyes, held his gaze. "I don't know yet," she said. "Would you care if I did?" And before Julian could answer, she walked back into the ballroom, leaving him standing alone in the hallway, trying to figure out what had just happened to his carefully controlled world. The rest of the gala passed in a blur. Julian and Vanessa returned to the ballroom separately. He went back to his board members. She found herself at a table with investors' wives, women who asked polite questions about her dress and then talked around her about vacation homes in Aspen. But something had shifted. Every few minutes, Vanessa would feel Julian watching her. Not the casual glances of before. This was different, focused, like he was trying to solve an equation that wasn't adding up the way it should. And when Marcus Lennox gave his speech during dinner, something about innovation and adaptation in changing markets, he made eye contact with Vanessa 3 times. Each time she felt Julian tense from across the room. They left at 10:30. Separate cars, as always. Julian had meetings to close. Vanessa had a penthouse to return to. But for the first time in 3 years, she knew he'd follow. Vanessa was in the kitchen, heels off, still in the crimson dress, when she heard Julian's key in the lock. 11:47 p.m. She'd been home for less than an hour. He walked in and went straight to his office, didn't acknowledge her, but he left the door open, something he never did when he worked at night. Vanessa could hear him typing, the rapid-fire clicking of keys that meant he was searching for something, booking something up. She made herself tea, Earl Grey with honey, sat at the kitchen island with her laptop, reviewing the notes she'd made about the China situation, waiting. At 12:15, the typing stopped. Footsteps down the hallway. Julian appeared in the kitchen doorway. He'd removed his bow tie, undone the top two buttons of his shirt. His hair was slightly disheveled, like he'd been running his hands through it. "Show me," he said. Vanessa looked up from her laptop. "Show you what?" "Your analysis. The China situation you mentioned to Marcus. Show me what you found." It wasn't a request, but it wasn't quite a demand either. It was something in between, curiosity mixed with something that might have been respect. Vanessa turned her laptop toward him. "It's all here. Policy documents from the Beijing Regulatory Commission, implementation timelines, impact assessments." Julian walked over, stood beside her, close enough that she could smell his cologne, that same expensive scent from their wedding day. He started reading, his eyes moving quickly across the screen, absorbing the information with the same intensity he probably used to evaluate billion-dollar deals. 2 minutes passed, 3, 5. Then he straightened up. "This is..." He paused, seemed to be choosing his words carefully. "This is exactly right. We have 40 million invested in Shanghai fintech, another 20 in a Singapore firm that processes Chinese data." "I know," Vanessa said quietly. Julian stared at her. "How do you know? Your SEC filings are public. Your investor presentations are on the company website, and you leave your laptop open most mornings with financial models visible. You've been watching my work? I've been living in this penthouse for 3 years with nothing else to do," Vanessa said. "What did you think I was doing all day? Painting my nails?" Julian pulled out the bar stool next to her, sat down. It was the closest they'd been to each other voluntarily since their wedding day. "Show me what else you've learned," he said. So she did. She showed him the courses she completed. 15 certifications in business analytics, financial modeling, market analysis, her Mandarin proficiency scores, the spreadsheet she'd built tracking Whitmore Capital's portfolio performance against market indicators. With each reveal, Julian's expression shifted. The controlled mask he always wore was cracking, showing glimpses of genuine astonishment underneath. 3 years, Julian said finally. His voice was different, quieter, almost wounded. "You've been doing this for 3 years?" "What else was I supposed to do?" Vanessa asked. "You made it clear you didn't want a wife. You wanted a prop, so I found ways to fill the time." "I never said..." "You didn't have to say it, Julian. Every morning you left without a word. Every evening you walked past me like I wasn't there. 997 days of being treated like furniture. So yes, I found other things to focus on." Julian was quiet for a long moment. When he spoke, his voice was barely above a whisper. "I had no idea you were..." He stopped, started again. "I never asked what you did during the day." "No," Vanessa agreed. "You didn't." The next morning, everything was different. Julian was still there when Vanessa woke up. She found him in the kitchen at 8:15, laptop open, coffee half finished. He looked up when she walked in. Actually looked at her. I called into my morning meetings, told them I was handling something urgent from home. Vanessa poured herself coffee, waited. I've been thinking about what you said, about the China situation. He turned his laptop toward her. I want you to walk me through it again, in detail. They spent 2 hours at the kitchen island, going through regulations, discussing implications, debating strategies. It was the longest conversation they'd had in 3 years. And it was electric. Not romantic, not yet, but intellectual chemistry, the kind that happens when two sharp minds finally engage with each other. Julian asked questions, real questions, challenged her assumptions, listened when she pushed back. For the first time since their wedding, Vanessa felt like a person to him, not just a contract, a person with thoughts worth hearing. Tuesday morning, Vanessa's phone rang. Unknown number. Vanessa Whitmore. The voice was warm, professional, familiar. Mr. Lennox. Marcus, please. I was wondering if you'd given any thought to my offer. Vanessa glanced toward Julian's office. He was home. Another unusual occurrence, working from the penthouse for the second day in a row. I'm considering it, she said carefully. Good. How about lunch tomorrow? The Peninsula. 1 o'clock. We can discuss specifics. A pause. Vanessa could say no. Should say no, probably. But something rebellious flared in her chest. 1 o'clock works. Excellent. And Vanessa, come alone. This is a professional discussion. Your husband doesn't need to be involved. Wednesday morning, 12:45. Vanessa was getting ready to leave when Julian appeared in her doorway. Actually, in her doorway. He'd never entered the East Wing before. Where are you going? He was trying to sound casual, failing. Lunch. With. She looked at him in the mirror while applying lipstick. Does it matter? You've never asked where I was going before. I'm asking now. Vanessa turned to face him. Marcus Lennox, we're discussing his job offer. Something flashed across Julian's face, quick but unmistakable. You're actually considering it? Why wouldn't I? It's a legitimate opportunity. I'd be using the skills I've developed, making my own money instead of living off of your charity. It's not charity. We have an arrangement. Had, Vanessa corrected. We had an arrangement, but things are changing, aren't they? The Peninsula Hotel. Marcus had reserved a private table on the terrace. Discreet, professional, but intimate enough to feel personal. He stood when Vanessa arrived, pulled out her chair, ordered wine without asking, a good Sancerre that showed he'd done his homework on her preferences. You came. I wasn't sure you would. You made a compelling offer. I haven't even told you the salary yet. It's not about the money. Marcus smiled. No, I didn't think it was. It's about being seen, isn't it? Being valued for more than your last name. The accuracy of it made Vanessa's breath catch. They talked for 2 hours about the position, senior strategic consultant focusing on Asian markets, about the team she'd be working with, about the travel required, trips to Beijing, Shanghai, Singapore. But underneath the professional discussion was something else. Marcus was charming, attentive. He asked about her opinions and actually listened to the answers. He laughed at her observations. He treated her like she was fascinating. Everything Julian hadn't done for 3 years. When Vanessa got back to the penthouse at 3:30, Julian was pacing. Actually pacing back and forth across the living room like a caged animal. 2.5 hours, he said the moment she walked in. Your lunch was 2.5 hours. Were you timing it? Claire called the peninsula. You were seen on the terrace with Marcus laughing. Vanessa set down her purse slowly. Is there a problem with me laughing? There's a problem with Marcus Lennox trying to poach my... He stopped. Your what, Julian? Your wife? Your employee? Your property? What exactly am I to you? The question hung in the air between them. Julian's jaw worked. His hands clenched and unclenched at his sides. He looked like a man fighting a war with himself. We need to talk, he said finally. We are talking. No, really talk. About us. About this arrangement. About what's happening here. That night, for the first time in 33 months, Julian and Vanessa had dinner together. Not takeout eaten separately, not food grabbed between meetings. An actual dinner at the actual dining table they'd never used. Julian had ordered from Mastro's steaks, sides, a bottle of wine that probably cost more than most people's rent. He'd set the table himself. Vanessa could tell because the forks were on the wrong side. She wanted to laugh at the effort. This man who controlled billion-dollar companies couldn't properly set a table. But she didn't laugh, because underneath the awkwardness was something real. Julian was trying. They sat across from each other, the table suddenly feeling both too big and too small. I don't know how to do this, Julian admitted, pouring wine. Do what? Talk to you. Be normal. I've spent 3 years maintaining distance, and now... He trailed off. Now you're worried Marcus Lennox is going to steal your... He stopped. Your what, Julian? Your wife? Your employee? Your property? What exactly am I to you? They ate in awkward quiet for a few minutes. The clink of silverware on plates, the sound of wine being sipped, all the noises of two people not sure how to be together. Then Julian set down his fork. Why did you agree to this marriage? The question Vanessa had been waiting 3 years to hear. She took a sip of wine, gathered her thoughts. Because my father was desperate, because he'd spent 30 years building something and was about to lose everything, because 40 families depended on Heart Technologies for their income, because I was 23 and thought I was doing something noble. She paused, met his eyes. Because I thought 3 years of loneliness was worth saving my family. And now? Now I know I was wrong about the cost. Loneliness isn't just empty space, Julian. It's erosion. It wears you down, makes you question your worth, makes you small. I've spent 3 years shrinking myself to fit into the margins of your life. Julian's expression changed. The mask he always wore didn't just crack, it shattered. I thought... He stopped, took a breath, started again. I thought keeping distance was protecting you. From what? The question Vanessa had wanted to ask since day one. Why the distance? Why the coldness? Why marry her at all if he was going to pretend she didn't exist? He stood abruptly, walked to the window. The lights of Los Angeles spread out below them, 8 million people living their lives, unaware of the conversation happening 54 floors above them. There are things you don't know, he said to the window, things I've kept from you. not to hurt you, to protect you. Vanessa stood too, walked toward him, but stopped a few feet away, close enough to talk, far enough to respect the distance he'd always demanded. Julian, I'm your wife. Whatever you're protecting me from, don't you think I have a right to know? He turned to look at her. And for the first time in 3 years, Vanessa saw fear in his eyes. Real fear. The kind that lives in your bones and keeps you awake at 3 a.m. Do you know why I needed the patent your father owned? He asked. For the merger? The banking deal? That's the surface reason. The real reason is more complicated. He took a breath. The real reason involves people who don't accept no for an answer. People who've already proven they're willing to destroy lives to get what they want. Vanessa's heart was pounding. What do you mean, destroy lives? Julian looked at her for a long moment, seemed to be making a decision. There's something I need to tell you about what happened before we met, about why I agreed to this arrangement, about why I've kept you at a distance for 3 years. He walked back to the table, poured himself more wine. His hands were shaking slightly, the first time Vanessa had ever seen him anything less than perfectly controlled. 4 years ago, he began, I was engaged to someone else. The words hit Vanessa like ice water. She'd wondered, of course, a man like Julian, wealthy, powerful, attractive, didn't reach 31 without a romantic history, but engaged? Her name was Isabel Chen. She was brilliant, a lawyer specializing in international finance. We met at a conference in Hong Kong. We were together for 2 years. He took another sip of wine. We were supposed to be married on March 21st, 4 years ago. Vanessa did the math quickly. Their wedding had been March 14th, 3 years ago, almost exactly 1 year after Julian's planned wedding to Isabel. What happened? She asked, though part of her already knew the answer wouldn't be simple. Julian looked at her, really looked at her, and what Vanessa saw in his eyes made her blood run cold. She died, he said quietly, 2 weeks before our wedding, and it was my fault. The penthouse felt suddenly colder. The lights of the city below seemed farther away. Vanessa stared at the man she'd been married to for 3 years. This stranger who'd kept her at arm's length, who treated her like a ghost in her own home. And for the first time, she understood. The distance hadn't been about her at all. It had been about protecting her from something or someone who'd already destroyed one woman who'd gotten too close to Julian Whitmore. The question was, were they still watching? And if Vanessa had just put herself on their radar by standing out at the gala, like taking meetings with Marcus Lennox, by refusing to stay invisible, what would they do next?
The words hung in the air like smoke. She died, and it was my fault. Vanessa stood frozen in their dining room, this space they'd never used, with its crystal chandelier casting shadows across Julian's face. He looked older suddenly, tired in a way that had nothing to do with sleep. How? The word came out as barely a whisper. Julian walked back to the window, that floor-to-ceiling glass that showed them the city but reflected back their own images. Two people standing apart, even when they were in the same room. "Before I tell you about Isabel," he said slowly, "I need to tell you about my father. Alexander Whitmore." Vanessa knew the name, of course. Everyone in business did. He'd built the foundation of what became Whitmore Capital. Died of a heart attack 5 years ago, leaving Julian everything. My father believed in arrangements, strategic partnerships, calculated marriages. He married my mother for her family's shipping connections, stayed married for 37 years without ever loving her. Julian turned from the window, faced Vanessa directly. "When I took over Whitmore Capital after his death, I swore I'd do things differently, build the company on merit, not manipulation. And when I met Isabel," he stopped, swallowed hard. "Isabel was everything my father would have hated. Self-made, no family money, no strategic value, just brilliant and fierce and completely unwilling to be anyone's accessory." The way he said her name, Isabel, like it was something precious he was afraid to break. Vanessa felt something twist in her chest. Not jealousy exactly, but recognition. This was Julian sounded like when he actually cared about someone. We met at a conference in Hong Kong. She was representing a Chinese firm in a merger. I was trying to block it. We spent 12 hours in a boardroom arguing across a table. And by the end, I knew I was going to marry her. "She made me better," Julian said, and his voice cracked slightly on the word. "She challenged every assumption I had, called me out when I was being ruthless, made me actually think about the human cost of the deals I was making." He picked up his wine glass, set it down without drinking. "We were together for 2 years. I proposed on a Tuesday. Nothing romantic about it. We were having breakfast, arguing about a contract clause, and I just said, 'Marry me.' She threw a bagel at my head and said yes." Despite everything, Vanessa found herself almost smiling. She could picture it. Julian, probably in a suit, even at breakfast, getting hit with a bagel by a woman who wasn't afraid of him. We planned a small wedding, March 21st, just family and close friends. Isabel wanted it at her parents' house in Pasadena. Nothing fancy. She said she didn't need to prove anything to anyone. His voice got quieter. 2 weeks before the wedding, she flew to Seattle for a deposition. A routine trip. She'd done it 100 times. Julian walked to his briefcase, pulled out an iPad, swiped through until he found what he was looking for. He handed it to Vanessa. A news article from 4 years ago. The headline, "Corporate Lawyer Dies in Single Vehicle Accident on I-5. The photo showed a mangled silver BMW wrapped around the concrete barrier. Below it, a smaller photo, a professional headshot of a woman with sharp cheekbones, intelligent eyes, and a smile that looked like it could cut through nonsense. Isabel Chin, 31 years old. The same age Vanessa was now. The police said she lost control of the car. Rainy conditions, driving too fast, case closed. But you don't believe that? Isabel was the most careful driver I knew. She'd grown up in Seattle. She knew how to handle rain. And the car, he paused. The car's brake line had been cut. Not obviously, just enough wear that it would fail under pressure. Vanessa looked up from the article. You're saying someone murdered her? I'm saying that 2 days before she died,
Isabel discovered something, a connection between next-gen systems and a series of shell companies, money laundering, fraud, the kind of thing that could destroy a billion-dollar corporation. Next-gen systems, the same company that had nearly destroyed her father's business. She was going to testify. Not in Seattle. That was the cover story. She was actually meeting with federal investigators. The information she had would have sent several executives to prison. Did she tell anyone else? Just me. We agreed to keep it quiet until she could get the information to the right people, but someone found out. Someone always finds out when there's that much money at stake. Julian took the iPad back, swiped to another document. An email. The email was dated March 8th, the day after Isabel died. From unknown sender to Julian Whitmore. Subject, condolences. Our sympathies on your loss. Tragedy can strike anyone, anytime, even those we think are untouchable. Consider this a reminder that some battles aren't worth fighting. Some information is better left buried. We trust you'll make better choices going forward. That's it? Vanessa asked. That's all they sent? That's all they needed to send. The message was clear. Back off or lose someone else. Did you go to the police? Julian laughed. Bitter, hollow. With what? An untraceable email? A break line that could have worn down naturally? Isabel was dead. Nothing I did would bring her back, and if I pushed, if I tried to pursue it... He looked at Vanessa. Who would they target next? My mother? My sister in Boston? Anyone I got close to would become a leverage. So you shut down, Vanessa said, understanding beginning to dawn. For a year, yes. I threw myself into work, avoided any personal contention, but then my father's old friend, Robert Hart, came to me with a proposition. Vanessa's father, he knew about the patent, of course, knew I needed it for the Asian expansion, but he also knew about Isabel, about what happened, and he offered me something I didn't know I needed. An arranged marriage. A business arrangement that looked like a marriage, Julian corrected. Your father was desperate to save his business, but he was also offering me cover. A wife who was really just a business partner, someone I could keep at an arm's length without raising suspicion. Julian moved closer to Vanessa, still maintaining distance, but less than before. Don't you see? It was perfect. I could appear to have moved on, have a wife, look normal, but by keeping you at a distance, by making it clear our marriage was just an arrangement, you'd never become a real target. You'd be safe. Safe? Vanessa repeated the word. The word tasted bitter. The people who killed Isabel, they watch for patterns, for vulnerabilities, for anyone who matters. But a wife who's barely a roommate, a marriage that's clearly just business, you were protected by your invisibility. Vanessa felt her hands shaking. From anger or fear, she wasn't sure. You had no right, she said quietly.
It was protecting you. You were protecting yourself. Her voice rose slightly. You were protecting yourself from feeling that kind of loss again, and you used me to do it. You made me your shield, Julian. Your excuse to never let anyone close again. That's not, isn't it? For 3 years, you hidden behind our arrangement. Poor Julian, stuck in a loveless marriage. Can't date anyone else, can't move on because he has this wife he's obligated to. I was your perfect excuse to stay frozen. Julian's carefully maintained control finally cracked completely. You think I wanted this? His voice was raw. You think I wanted to live in the same space as you for 3 years and pretend you didn't exist? To walk past your door every morning and force myself not to knock? To sit in my office at night knowing you were 20 feet away and maintain that distance? Vanessa stared at him. This was new. This was something she hadn't expected. You think it was easy? Julian continued. Watching you evolve, become this brilliant, capable person and not be able to acknowledge it? Seeing you at that gala, in that red dress, commanding the room, speaking Mandarin like you were born to it, and having to pretend I wasn't proud, wasn't amazed, wasn't... He stopped abruptly. Wasn't what? Vanessa asked. Julian looked away. It doesn't matter. It does matter. For once in 3 years, just say what you're actually thinking.
Julian met her eyes, and what Vanessa saw there took her breath away. Want. Pure, desperate want. I was terrified, he said quietly. That night at the gala, when Marcus was talking to you, when you were brilliant and visible and absolutely magnetic, I was terrified because I realized I'd failed. Failed? The whole point was to keep you invisible, keep you safe, but you became visible anyway, not because of me, but in spite of me, and worse. He took a step closer. Worse, I wanted you to be visible. I wanted everyone in that room to know you were mine, which means I'd already broken the most important rule, which was, don't care. Don't let it become real. Don't let you matter. Another step closer. They were maybe 2 feet apart now. But you do matter, Vanessa. You've mattered for longer than I wanted to admit. Think about this for a moment. You've been married to someone for 3 years. They've treated you like you don't exist, made you question your worth, your visibility, your very presence in the world. And then they tell you it was all an act, that they were protecting you, that they actually cared the whole time, but were too afraid to show it. Would you be relieved? Angry? Both? Would you forgive them for 3 years of loneliness, knowing it came from fear rather than indifference? Or would you realize that their fear had stolen 3 years of your life that you can never get back? Vanessa was feeling all of it, the relief, the anger, the grief for what they could have had if Julian had just trusted her with the truth. You should have told me, she said, from the beginning. You should have given me the choice. Would you have married me if you'd known? If I'd said, by the way, my last fiancé was murdered for getting too close to corporate secrets. Want to risk it? That should have been my choice to make. Your father needed. My father needed money. We could have found another way. But you needed a shield, and I was convenient. Julian flinched like she'd hit him. You made me a prisoner, Vanessa continued, her voice steady but fierce. You made me a prisoner to protect me from a threat I didn't even know existed. You stole 3 years of my life because you were too afraid to let me choose my own risks. I was trying to keep you alive. No, you were trying to keep yourself from feeling guilty if something happened to me. There's a difference. They stood there,
2 feet apart, but separated by 3 years of distance that couldn't be crossed in a single conversation. "Do you know what the worst part is?" Vanessa asked. Julian waited. "I could have helped. If you told me the truth, I could have been careful, aware. I could have learned what to watch for, how to protect myself. Instead, you left me ignorant and vulnerable." "You were never vulnerable. I had security." "Invisible security doesn't count if I don't know they're there. And what about now? Now that I've made myself visible, now that Marcus Lennox is interested in me, now that everyone at that gala saw me as more than just decoration." Julian's face went pale. Because they both knew the answer. If the people who killed Isabel were still watching, and they probably were, then Vanessa had just put a target on her own back. "We need to leave," Julian said suddenly. "Tonight, I have a place in Montana, completely off the grid. We can—" "No. Vanessa, if they think you matter to me, I do matter to you. You just admitted it, and running won't change that." Julian's phone buzzed. He ignored it. It buzzed again and again. Frowning, he pulled it out, read the message. His face went from pale to gray. "What is it?" Vanessa asked. He turned the phone toward her. A photo, taken today, that afternoon, Vanessa leaving the Peninsula Hotel after her lunch with Marcus. Clear, professional quality, like the photographer had been waiting for exactly the right shot. The message below it: "Beautiful wife. Would be a shame if history repeated itself." Vanessa stared at the photo, at her own face, captured in profile, unaware she was being watched.
"How long?" she asked. "What? How long have they been watching me?" Julian scrolled up. More photos, dozens of them. Vanessa at the coffee shop she sometimes visited, Vanessa at the bookstore, Vanessa walking into their building, all dated over the last 2 weeks. Since the gala. "They were waiting," Julian said, his voice hollow. "Waiting to see if you'd stay invisible or become a problem. And now they know you're not invisible anymore." Vanessa picked up her phone, started typing. "What are you doing?" Julian asked. "Texting Marcus, accepting his job offer." "Are you insane? That'll make you more of a target." "I'm already a target." She looked up at him. "The difference is, now I know it, and I'm done hiding from threats I can't see." She hit send. "Vanessa, please, let me protect you." "Your version of protection is a cage, Julian. I'd rather face the danger than live another day as your ghost." Her phone buzzed. Marcus's response: "Excellent. We'll do paperwork Monday. Welcome to the team." Julian's phone buzzed at the exact same moment. Another unknown number. Another message. But this time, it wasn't a threat. It was an address. A warehouse in Long Beach. And below it: "If you want to know who really killed Isabel Chen, come alone. Midnight. Bring your wife. She deserves to know what she's married into." The truth was even more dangerous than Vanessa had imagined, because someone had been watching, not just recently, not just since the gala. Someone had been watching for 4 years, waiting for Julian to finally care about someone again. And now that he'd shown his hand, now that Vanessa had refused to stay invisible, the game was changing. The question wasn't whether they'd go to that warehouse. Of course they would. When someone offers you answers to questions that have haunted you for years, you go, even when you know it's probably a trap. The question was, who was really behind Isabel's death? And why did they want Vanessa to know the truth?
Because here's the thing about corporate warfare. Sometimes the enemy isn't who you think it is. Sometimes the enemy has been sitting across the boardroom table the whole time. Sometimes the enemy is the person you trust most. And sometimes, just sometimes, the enemy is the person you married. 10:47 p.m. Julian and Vanessa stood in their living room, staring at the message on his phone, the warehouse address glowing on the screen like a dare. "We're not going," Julian said finally. "It's obviously a trap." "Obviously," Vanessa agreed. "But what if they actually know something? What if whoever sent this was there when Isabel died? What if they have proof?" "Then they would have come forward 4 years ago." "Unless they couldn't. Unless they were involved and now they want out." Vanessa looked at him. "Or unless they've been waiting for exactly this moment." Julian pocketed his phone, ran both hands through his hair, a gesture Vanessa had seen 3 times now in the last 2 hours. Each time meant he was weighing options he didn't like. "We need more information," he said, "about Marcus, about who sent these photos, about what we're actually dealing with." "How do we get that by midnight?" "We don't." Julian pulled out his phone again, dialed a number, "but we can start now." The call connected on the second ring. "Whitmore." The voice on the other end was gruff, alert, despite the late hour. "It's been a while." "I need information, Tony, fast." Tony Briggs, former FBI, now running a private investigation firm that specialized in corporate espionage cases. Julian had used him twice before, once to vet a merger partner, once to track down the source of a leaked investor memo. "What am I looking into?" Tony asked. "Marcus Lennox, Lennox Ventures. I need everything: financial records, business associations, travel history for the last 5 years. Anyone he's connected to, any shell companies, any offshore accounts." A pause. "That's a big ask for..." Tony checked his watch. 11 p.m. on a Wednesday. "I'll pay triple your usual rate. I need preliminary findings by 6 a.m. "What's this about, Julian?" Julian glanced at Vanessa. "Someone I care about might be in danger, and I think Marcus Lennox is involved." While Julian talked logistics with Tony, Vanessa opened her laptop. She pulled up everything she could find on Marcus Lennox, started with the official biography on the Lennox Ventures website. Stanford MBA, 10 years at Goldman Sachs, founded Lennox Ventures 8 years ago with backing from 3 angel investors whose names weren't listed. That was interesting. Most firms were proud of their initial investors. It was social proof, validation. Why would Marcus hide his? She cross-referenced the founding date of Lennox Ventures with news articles from that year, found a small piece in Bloomberg about a new player in the private equity space, funded by anonymous backers with ties to international finance. International finance? That could mean anything, or it could mean exactly what they were afraid it meant. Vanessa dug deeper, found Marcus's social media profiles, carefully curated, professionally managed, photos at charity galas, tech conferences, investment summits. And then she saw something that made her blood run cold. A photo from 5 years ago, a tech conference in Singapore. Marcus Lennox shaking hands with a man in his 60s, both smiling for the camera. The caption identified the older man as David Wu, CEO of NextGen Systems. NextGen Systems, the company that had nearly destroyed her father's business, the company Isabel had been investigating for fraud. Vanessa's hands shook slightly as she clicked through more photos, found 3 more of Marcus and David Wu together, different events, different years, always smiling, always comfortable with each other. Julian ended his call with Tony, turned to find Vanessa staring at her screen. "What is it?" he asked. She turned the laptop toward him. "Marcus knows David Wu.
The CEO of NextGen. Julian went very still, leaned in to look at the photos. How well do they know each other? He asked quietly. Well enough to attend 4 different international conferences together over 3 years. Well enough to be photographed like old friends. Julian pulled out his phone again, sent Tony a follow-up text. Prioritize any connection between Marcus Lennox and David Wu, NextGen. The response came back in 30 seconds. Already found something. Sending now. An email appeared on Julian's phone. He opened it, scanned quickly, then read it again more slowly. Marcus Lennox received his initial funding from 3 shell companies, Julian said, reading from the email. All 3 trace back to a parent company registered in the Cayman Islands. That parent company has the same registered agent as 12 other entities, including 2 subsidiaries of NextGen. Vanessa felt the room tilt slightly. So NextGen funded Marcus's firm. They're business partners. More than that, if they share the same financial structure, they're probably the same organization. Marcus isn't competing with NextGen. He's working for them. Think about this for a second. You're a massive corporation accused of fraud. A lawyer is about to testify against you with evidence that could destroy you. So you eliminate the threat, make it look like an accident, case closed. But the lawyer's fiancé is a billionaire venture capitalist with resources and connections. He could keep digging, keep asking questions. So what do? You put someone close to him, someone who can watch him, report his movements, make sure he doesn't get too curious about what really happened. And if that same billionaire happens to need a specific patent for a major deal, well, that's just opportunity knocking. Vanessa could see it all unfolding now. The beautiful, terrible logic of it. Marcus has been watching you for 4 years, Vanessa said slowly, since Isabel died, making sure you didn't dig too deep into what happened. Julian nodded. And when I married you, when your father's company became part of my portfolio, the patent, Vanessa finished. Heart Technologies owns US 0947332, the encryption patent you needed for the Asia expansion, which is also the patent NextGen has been trying to acquire for 6 years. Your father refused to sell to them multiple times. He'd been right to be suspicious.
So when you married me and acquired Heart Technologies, Vanessa said, Marcus saw an opening. He couldn't get to your father, but he could get to you. Vanessa thought back to the gala, the way Marcus had engaged her, not flirtatious, not romantic, strategic. He'd asked about her education, her language skills, her understanding of Asian markets. He'd been assessing her, figuring out if she was intelligent enough to be useful. And when she demonstrated knowledge about the China regulations, when she'd shown she understood the business, he'd made his move. The job offer wasn't random, it was calculated. Get Vanessa away from Julian, build her trust, turn her against a husband who'd kept her isolated for 3 years, then use her to access Heart Technologies' patent portfolio. She'd have signed it over willingly, probably, eager to prove herself, eager to matter to someone. The realization made her feel sick. Vanessa's phone buzzed, a text from an unknown number. She opened it before Julian could stop her. A photo, high resolution, professional quality. Vanessa leaving the Peninsula Hotel yesterday after lunch with Marcus. The angle was different from the photo Julian had received. This one was a close-up. You could see the business card Marcus had given her, visible in her hand. Below the photo, a message. Mrs. Whitmore, you're playing a dangerous game. Smart women know when to step back. Ask Julian what happens to women who don't. Vanessa's hands went cold. Julian was already reaching for her phone. She let him take it, watched his face go from concerned to furious.
"They're threatening you directly now," he said. His voice was tight, controlled in that way that meant he was barely holding himself together. That's new. They usually work through intermediaries. Another buzz, this time on Vanessa's phone and Julian's simultaneously. Different numbers, different photos. On Vanessa's phone, a photo of her father, taken today outside Hart Technologies' office building in Pasadena. He was getting into his car, completely unaware he was being photographed. The message, daughters should think about their father's safety. On Julian's phone, a photo of a woman in her 40s getting off a plane, Julian's sister, Caroline. The timestamp showed it was taken this morning at Logan Airport in Boston. The message, family is precious, protect it. Julian's phone hit the floor, shattered screen, but still functional. "They know about Caroline," he said, voice hollow. "She's in Boston. She has nothing to do with any of this. She doesn't even know about Isabel's investigation." "They don't care," Vanessa said. "They're showing us they can reach anyone, anytime." Vanessa picked up her phone, started dialing. "Who are you calling?" Julian asked. "My father. He needs to know someone's watching him. Vanessa, if you call him now, he'll panic. He'll ask questions. And if they're monitoring his phone, then what do we do? Just let them keep threatening everyone we care about while we stand here?" Julian's phone buzzed again. He picked it up carefully, screen cracked but still showing messages. Tony Briggs found something else. Marcus Lennox traveled to Seattle on March 6th, 4 years ago, one day before Isabel Chen's car accident. Stayed at a hotel near the airport, checked out the morning she died, paying cash. The evidence was circumstantial, wouldn't hold up in court, but combined with everything else, Marcus hadn't just been watching Julian for 4 years. He'd been there when Isabel died. "He killed her," Vanessa said. The words felt heavy, final. "He's not just connected to NextGen. He's their operative, the person they send when they need problems eliminated." Julian was staring at the photo of Marcus in Seattle, the hotel receipt, the timeline. "I've been watching him for 2 years," Julian said, "since he started trying to poach my analysts, treating him like a business rival. And the whole time, he was the one who killed the woman you loved." Another message came through, this one to both their phones simultaneously. "Midnight, the warehouse. Come together or people start disappearing. Your choice." And below it, 3 photos in rapid succession. Vanessa's father leaving his house, Julian's sister getting into a taxi, and Maria, the housekeeper, unlocking the front door of the penthouse building. Everyone they cared about, anytime we want. Here's a question worth considering. When someone threatens everyone you love, what do you do? Do you comply? Show up at the warehouse like they demanded? Walk into whatever trap they've set? Hope you can negotiate your way out? Or do you fight back? Try to outmaneuver them? Risk that they'll follow through on their threats while you're planning your next move? There's no good answer. Both choices could end with people you love getting hurt. But Vanessa had learned something in the last few hours, something Julian was still struggling to accept. You can't protect people by keeping them ignorant. You protect them by giving them the truth and trusting them to make their own choices. "We go to the warehouse," Vanessa said, "but not to negotiate." Julian looked at her. "Then why?" "Because Marcus wants something. The patent, yes, but more than that. He wants us scared. He wants us compliant. He wants to know he can control us. He can. He just proved it." "No." Vanessa's voice was steady. "He proved he can threaten us, but threats only work if you believe the person making them has more to lose than you do." "Vanessa, what are you saying?" She met his eyes. "I'm saying it's time to call his bluff. And if it's not a bluff? She picked up her phone, made a decision she'd been avoiding since the moment Marcus had offered her the job. She was done being protected. It was time to become dangerous.
11:18 p.m. Julian was pacing again, back and forth across the living room in a pattern that was starting to wear into the carpet. 3 steps to the window, turn. 5 steps to the hallway, turn, repeat. Vanessa sat on the couch, laptop open, doing what she did best now, researching, building a picture of exactly what they were dealing with. "I'm calling my mother's security detail," Julian said suddenly, "and Caroline needs protection. Private team 24/7, same for your father." "That'll cost a fortune." "I don't care what it costs." Vanessa looked up from her screen. "Julian, hiring bodyguards for everyone we know isn't a solution. It's a delay. These people have been planning this for 4 years. They're patient. They'll wait." "Then what do you suggest? We just let them—" "I suggest we stop reacting and start controlling the situation." Julian stopped pacing, looked at her like she just suggested they fly to the moon. "You want to control people who've already killed once and are threatening to do it again? I want to make them think they're controlling us while we are actually 3 steps ahead." Julian sat down across from her, elbows on his knees, hands clasped together, the position of a man trying very hard to stay calm. "Vanessa, I appreciate that you want to help, but this is bigger than—" "Bigger than me? I know. You've made that very clear for 3 years." "That's not what I meant." "Then what did you mean?" He took a breath. "I mean that these people are dangerous. They've proven they're willing to kill, and the safest thing for you right now is to be as far away from this as possible." "How far? Montana? Switzerland? Should I just disappear while you handle everything?" "If that's what it takes to keep you alive, yes." Vanessa closed her laptop, set it aside carefully. "Julian, do you remember what you said earlier about keeping me at a distance to protect me?" "Yes." "It didn't work. I'm already a target. They've already decided I matter. So your options are send me away where I'm alone and vulnerable and have no idea what's happening, or keep me close and let me actually help." "Help how?" Julian asked. There was doubt in his voice, but also something else, curiosity, like he was actually willing to listen. "Marcus thinks he's played me perfectly," Vanessa said. "He offered me a job, made me feel valued, probably assumes I'm grateful, maybe even a little infatuated with the attention. He has no idea I know he's connected to NextGen. So we use that. I accepted his job offer. I'm supposed to start Monday with paperwork. What if I actually show up?" Julian's eyes widened. "Absolutely not." "Hear me out. Marcus wants access to the patent. He's been trying to get to it for years. What if we let him think he's finally going to get it? You want to dangle the patent as bait? I want to dangle me as bait. I'm the daughter of the man who owns it. I'm married to the man who controls the company. If Marcus thinks he can turn me, use me to access what he wants, he'll get careless." Julian stood up, started pacing again, but this time it was different. This was thinking movement, problem solving. "Even if we could pull that off," he said, "you'd be putting yourself directly in his path, working at his company, close enough for me to gather evidence, find out who else is involved, get names, documentation, proof of what they did to Isabel. Or close enough for him to kill you the moment you become inconvenient. Not if I'm valuable, not if he thinks I'm his way to the patent." Julian stood up, turned to face her fully. "This is insane."
This is the only move he won't expect. You've spent 4 years being cautious, staying away from anything that might trigger them. They've been in control this entire time because you've been predictable. The word hit him visibly. Predictable. Julian Whitmore, billionaire CEO, master strategist. Reduced to a predictable pattern by fear? What you're suggesting is incredibly dangerous, he said quietly. I know. You could die. I could die crossing the street tomorrow. At least this way, I'm choosing my risk. Let me ask you something. If someone threatened your family, your life, everyone you cared about, would you run, hide, hope they lost interest? Or would you face them head on, knowing you might lose, but at least you'd see it coming? There's no right answer. Both choices require courage. Both could end badly. But Vanessa had spent 3 years running from a threat she didn't even know existed. She was done running. Julian studied her face, looking for fear, probably, looking for some sign that she didn't understand the stakes. But Vanessa had never been more certain of anything in her life. You really want to do this? He asked finally. I really want to stop being helpless. If that means working for Marcus and playing the role he expects, then yes, I want to do this. Julian was quiet for a long moment. Then he nodded once, sharp, decisive. Okay, but we do this together. You don't meet with Marcus without me knowing when and where. You don't take any risks without backup. And you wear a wire for every conversation. Agreed. And if at any point this feels wrong, if you think you're in immediate danger, you get out. I don't care about the plan. I care about you staying alive. It was the most direct thing he'd said to her in 3 years. Not about business, not about arrangements. About her as a person he actually cared about. Okay, Vanessa said softly. Julian pulled out his phone, starting making a list. We need technical support. Someone who can set up surveillance equipment that won't be detected. Tony's firm has people who specialize in corporate espionage. We'll need to be careful about what we communicate digitally, Vanessa added. If they've been monitoring you for 4 years, they probably have access to your email, your phone records. Agreed. We'll use burner phones for anything sensitive. They worked through the night. Not in their separate wings. Not with Julian in his office and Vanessa in the kitchen. Together at the dining room table they'd used for the first time just hours earlier.
They worked through the night. Not in their separate wings, not with Julian in his office and Vanessa in the kitchen. Together, at the dining room table they'd used for the first time just hours earlier. Building a plan, identifying vulnerabilities, figuring out exactly what Marcus would expect from Vanessa and how to give him that while gathering the information they needed. Around 1 a.m., Julian made coffee, handed Vanessa a cup without asking how she took it. Black, no sugar. The same way she'd been drinking it every morning for 3 years while he wasn't there to notice. But he noticed anyway. Somehow. Thank you, she said, taking the cup. Their fingers brushed, just for a second, but neither of them pulled away immediately. It was the first intentional touch in their entire marriage. Around 2:30, Vanessa found the connection they needed. Look at this, she said, turning her laptop so Julian could see. Marcus's firm has a client, a manufacturing company in Shenzhen. They produce semiconductor components. Okay. The same components that would be needed to implement the encryption technology from my father's patent.
Julian leaned in closer, close enough that Vanessa could feel the warmth of him next to her, smell that expensive cologne mixed with coffee, and the faint scent of distress he'd been carrying all night.
If Marcus already has manufacturing capacity lined up, Julian said slowly, he's not just trying to acquire the patent, he's ready to implement it immediately. Which means he has buyers, probably the same clients NextGen was going to sell to before Isabel's investigation shut them down. Julian pulled up another screen, cross-referenced the Shenzhen manufacturer with known NextGen business partners. 3 matches, all of them Chinese tech firms that had been implicated in industrial espionage cases. None of them convicted. The cases had been settled quietly, sealed from public records. He's rebuilding the same network Isabel was trying to expose, Julian said slowly. Using my company, your father's patent to do it. And if we can prove that, we'd have everything. Motive for Isabel's death, evidence of ongoing criminal conspiracy, enough to bring federal charges that would actually stick. They kept working, hours blurring together. At some point, Julian had removed his jacket, rolled up his sleeves. Vanessa had pulled her hair into a messy knot at the base of her neck. They looked like what they'd never been allowed to be. Partners. Around 4 a.m., Vanessa stretched, her back aching from hunting over the laptop. We should sleep, a few hours at least. Julian checked his watch. The warehouse meeting is in 8 hours. We're not going. He looked at her surprised. We're not? We're going to send a message saying we'll meet tomorrow instead. Make them wait. Make them think we're scared and trying to buy time. They threatened everyone we care about. They won't just accept a delay. They will, if we give them something else to focus on, something that makes them think they're still in control. Vanessa drafted a text from her phone to the unknown number that had sent the warehouse message. We need more time, 24 hours to get our affairs in order. Please, we'll cooperate. The please was deliberate, submissive, exactly what they'd expect from people who were scared. Julian read it over her shoulder. You think that'll work? I think they want us frightened and compliant. This gives them that. She hit send. The response came back in less than a minute. 24 hours, same location. Don't make us come to you. Vanessa exhaled slowly. It had worked. Okay, Julian said. That gives us until tomorrow night. What do we do with the time? I go to work on Monday. Start at Marcus's firm like nothing is wrong. You stay visible, maintain your normal schedule. We act like we're cooperating while we both our case. They finally went to sleep around 5 a.m. Vanessa to the east wing, Julian to the west. The same separation they'd maintained for 3 years. But something had changed. When Vanessa closed her door, she could hear Julian's footsteps pause outside her room. A hesitation that hadn't been there before. Then his door closing. Both of them alone, but somehow less alone than they'd been in months. Vanessa woke up at noon to the sound of her phone ringing. Marcus Lennox. She let it ring twice more before answering. Couldn't seem too eager. Marcus, she said, voice still rough from sleep. Marcus, I hope I'm not calling too early. I wanted to confirm Monday, 9 a.m. We'll do paperwork, then I'll introduce you to the team. Monday works. Excellent. And Vanessa, I'm really looking forward to working with you. I think you're going to do remarkable things with us. The way he said it, so warm, so genuine sounding. If she didn't know what she knew, she'd have believed every word. It was brilliant manipulation. And it would have worked perfectly if Marcus hadn't gotten greedy. When Vanessa hung up, she found Julian in the kitchen. He'd showered, changed into fresh clothes, but there were dark circles under his eyes that no amount of coffee would fix. Marcus called, she said. Confirmed Monday. Did he sound suspicious? He sounded confident, like everything's going according to its plan. That's good, Julian said. Poured her coffee. I need to go into the office this afternoon, show my face, maintain appearances. Will you be okay here? I'm not staying here. I need to go see my father. Tell him what's happening. Julian's expression tightened. Vanessa, if they're watching, they already know we're aware of them, and my father deserves to know someone's using his company as a pawn. I could see him wanting to argue, wanting to insist she stay where he could protect her. But he'd promised. They were partners now. Take the Mercedes, he said finally. It has better security features than your car. My car is fine. Vanessa. Julian, I'm not fragile. I'm going to drive to Pasadena, talk to my father, and come back. It's a 40-minute drive in daylight. I'll be fine. He looked like he wanted to keep arguing, but instead he just nodded. Call me when you get there, and when you leave, and if anything feels wrong, I'll call immediately, I promise. Vanessa left the penthouse at 2 p.m., took the elevator down to the parking garage on level 3. Her car was where she left it, a white 84 that Julian had bought her 6 months into their marriage. Practical, safe, and completely forgettable. She got in, adjusted the mirrors, started the engine. Everything seemed normal. The drive to Pasadena was smooth. Traffic was light for a Thursday afternoon. Vanessa took the 110, then merged on to the 134. 38 minutes door to door. Her father was surprised to see her. Happy, but confused. Vanessa, I thought you had plans today. I need to talk to you, Dad. About Heart Technologies, about the patent, about who's really interested in acquiring it. They talked for 2 hours. Vanessa told him everything about Next Gen, about Marcus, about the threats. Her father's face went from confused to horrified to furious. I knew something was wrong when Next Gen kept pushing, but I never thought they'd... He couldn't finish the sentence. You need to go to the police, both of you. We will, once we have proof they'll actually listen. Vanessa left her father's house at 4:30 p.m. The sun was starting to sink toward the horizon, turning the LA sky that particular shade of orange and pink that made the city look almost beautiful. She called Julian as promised. I'm heading back now. Everything's fine. How did your father take it? He's scared, but he understands why we're doing this. Good. That's good. Drive carefully. Traffic's probably building. I will. See you soon. She hung up, merged onto the freeway. The drive back always took longer, rush hour starting to build, everyone heading home. Vanessa was in the left lane, going 70. When she needed to slow down for traffic ahead, she pressed the brake pedal. Nothing happened.
She pressed again, harder. The pedal went straight to the floor. No resistance, no slowing. 70 miles per hour. Traffic ahead slowing to 50, then 40. Vanessa's heart stopped, then started beating triple time. She pumped the brakes. Once, twice, 3 times. The pedal felt like it was pressing into nothing. No grip, no connection. The car in front of her was getting closer, fast. Vanessa jerked the wheel, moved into the middle lane, cut off a truck, horn blaring behind her. She was still going 70. The middle lane was packed. A minivan ahead, a semi to her right. Emergency brake. She grabbed it, pulled hard. A grinding sound. The smell of burning, the car starting to slow, but not fast enough. 58 miles per hour. Still too fast. The minivan ahead was stopped now, brake lights red, glaring.
Vanessa had maybe 3 seconds to decide. She yanked the wheel right, toward the shoulder, toward the concrete barrier that separated the freeway from the 20-foot drop to the street below. The car jumped the lane, wheels hitting the rumble strip, that teeth-rattling vibration that warns you you're leaving the road. Emergency brakes still engaged, grinding, slowing her down, but not enough. 40 miles per hour, then 35. Vanessa aimed for the least bad option, a section of barrier that looked solid, no gaps, no weak points where she might break through and go over. She hit at 30 miles per hour. The airbag deployed, a white explosion that punched her in the face, the sound of metal crumpling, glass shattering, the smell of burned rubber and chemicals from the airbag. Then everything stopped. Vanessa sat there, ears ringing, face stinging from the airbag, trying to understand what had just happened. Her brakes had failed, completely failed, on a car that was only 3 years old and regularly serviced. Someone was knocking on her window, a man in his 40s, face creased with concern. "Are you okay? Can you hear me?" Vanessa nodded, tried to open her mouth. Her jaw hurt. Everything hurt. "I'm calling 911, the man said. "No, wait." Vanessa's voice came out raspy. "I'm okay. I don't need an ambulance." "Lady, you just hit a wall at 30 miles an hour. You need to be checked out." But all Vanessa could think was, they did this. Marcus and whoever he's working with, they tampered with my car, which meant they might be watching right now, waiting to see if she'd survived, which meant she needed to get somewhere safe. She fumbled for her phone, found it on the floor, screen cracked but functional. Dialed Julian. He answered on the first ring. "Vanessa, are you—" My brakes failed. Her voice was shaking. "I crashed. I'm on the 134. I need— Are you hurt?" "I don't think so. But Julian, they tampered with my car, just like Isabel's." The line went quiet for 3 seconds. Then Julian's voice came back, and it was different, colder, harder. The voice of a man who just realized his worst fear had come true. "Don't move. Don't talk to anyone. I'm sending security. They'll be there in 10 minutes. "Julian, 10 minutes, Vanessa. Stay in the car. Lock the doors. Don't let anyone near you." The call ended. Vanessa sat in her wrecked car, airbag deflating slowly, and tried to process what had just happened. Someone had cut her brake lines or tampered with the system, the same method they'd used on Isabel. But Isabel had died. Vanessa had survived. The question was, had they wanted her to survive? Was this a warning? Or had they just miscalculated how good she was at emergency driving? Julian's security team arrived in 8 minutes. 2 black SUVs, 4 men in suits who looked like they could break someone in half without trying. They surrounded Vanessa's car, checked the area, helped her out carefully. "Mrs. Whitmore, we're going to take you home. Mr. Whitmore is meeting us there." "What about my car?" "It's being towed to a secure facility. We'll have it examined." They drove her back to the penthouse in careful silence. 1 SUV ahead, 1 behind, like she was the president. Vanessa sat in the back seat, watching the city pass by, and realized she was shaking. The adrenaline was wearing off. The reality was setting in. Someone had tried to kill me today. Maybe not kill, maybe just scare, but the message was the same. Back off, or next time we won't miss. Julian was waiting when the elevator opened into the penthouse. He crossed the space in 4 strides, pulled Vanessa into his arms before she could even step fully into the apartment. It was the first time he'd hugged her in 3 years. Vanessa stayed there, frozen for a moment, then felt her body start to shake harder, the tears she'd been holding back since the crash finally breaking through. "I'm sorry," Julian was saying over and over. "I'm so sorry. This is my fault. I should have checked your car. I should have known they'd—" "It's not your fault." "It is. Everything about this is my fault." He pulled back just enough to look at her, his hands on her shoulders, eyes scanning her face for injuries. "Are you hurt? Did they check you over?" "I'm fine, just shaken." "You're bleeding." Vanessa touched her nose. Her hand came away red. Blood from the airbag impact, nothing serious, but Julian looked at it like I'd been shot. "Sit down," he said. "Let me get the first aid kit." "Julian, I'm fine." "Please." His voice cracked. "Please just sit down." Vanessa sat on the couch, watched Julian disappear into the bathroom, return with a white medical kit. He sat next to her, closer than they'd ever sat before, and opened it with shaking hands. "Your hands are shaking," Vanessa said quietly. "I know." He pulled out antiseptic wipes and started cleaning the small cut on her nose with a gentleness that made my chest ache. "When you called and you said your brakes had failed, I saw Isabel's car. I saw that photo the police showed me, metal twisted around concrete, and all I could think was that I'd done it again." "Done what?" "Gotten someone killed by letting them too close to me." His hands were still shaking as he cleaned the cut, applied a small bandage, then just sat there, first aid supplies forgotten, staring at his hands like they belonged to someone else. "I can't lose you," he said finally. "Not like Isabel. Not when I've just found you." The words hung between them, raw, honest, completely unlike the careful distance Julian had maintained for 3 years. Vanessa looked at him, really looked at him, this man who'd married her to keep her safe by keeping her distant, who had been so afraid of losing someone that he'd never let himself have anyone. "You haven't found me, Julian," she said quietly. He looked up, confusion and hurt crossing his face. "That's not true." "It is true. You've spent 3 years watching me from a distance, noticing when I changed my hair or learned a new skill. But you never actually looked at me. Never asked who I was, what I wanted, what scared me." Julian opened his mouth, closed it, because she was right. "You kept me safe. I'll give you that. You protected me from threats I didn't know existed, but you never gave me the chance to choose whether I want protection. You never trusted me enough to let me decide my own risks. I was afraid. I know, but your fear doesn't give you the right to make me invisible." Tears were streaming down Vanessa's face now. 3 years of loneliness and confusion and feeling like maybe she was the problem. All of it pouring out. "Do you have any idea what it's like to live with someone who treats you like you're not there? To spend 997 days
Julian's
wondering if you're even
maintained
real?"
Composure finally shattered completely. "I know," he said, and his voice was thick with tears he'd been holding back. "I know what I did to you. I know I made you feel invisible. And I know that's worse than loneliness. It's erasure." He was crying now, actually crying, tears running down his face that he didn't bother to wipe away. "I thought distance would keep you safe," he said, "but all it did was hurt you in a different way. And I saw it. Every morning when I left before you woke up, I'd stand outside your door and hear you moving around, and I'd want to knock, want to say good morning, want to have coffee with you. Then why didn't you? Because I'm a coward. Because it was easier to maintain the distance than to risk caring about someone and losing them again. They sat there on the couch in their enormous living room, this space they'd never shared, in a home that had never felt like home, and cried together. For Isabel, for 3 lost years, for all the mornings they could have had breakfast together, for all the conversations they'd never had, for the marriage they could have built if Julian hadn't been so afraid. "I don't know how to fix this," Julian said finally. "I don't know how to undo 3 years of making you feel like you didn't matter." "You can't undo it, but you can start over. Today, right now." "How?" "By seeing me, really seeing me, by asking questions and listening to the answers, by treating me like a partner instead of a liability." Julian looked at her. His face was wet with tears, his eyes red, his perfectly maintained facade completely destroyed. And he was more real than she'd ever seen him. "Vanessa Hart Whitmore," he said slowly, "will you tell me about yourself? Not as my wife on paper, as you, the person I've been married to for 3 years but never actually knew." So she did. They sat on that couch for hours, talking, really talking. Vanessa told him about growing up in Pasadena, about her mother who died when she was 16, about wanting to be a writer when she was in college but being afraid she wasn't good enough, about the loneliness of the last 3 years, yes, but also about the small joys she'd found, the satisfaction of learning Mandarin, the thrill of understanding financial models, the quiet pride of realizing she was actually brilliant at something. And Julian talked too. About his childhood with a father who saw children as investments rather than people, about his sister Carolyn who'd escaped to Boston and barely spoke to the family anymore, about meeting Isabel and realizing for the first time that he could be loved for who he was rather than what he had, about the guilt he carried for 4 years, the weight of thinking her death was his fault because she'd been investigating something to help his business. Around midnight, Julian ordered food. Chinese takeout from a place Vanessa had ordered from dozens of times alone. They ate it, sitting on the living room floor, containers spread out between them. "You like the Kung Pao chicken," Julian observed. "How do you know that?" "I've seen the takeout containers in the recycling, always the same order." So he had been noticing? In his own distant way, he'd been paying attention. "What's your favorite?" Vanessa asked. "The Dan Dan noodles, extra spicy. I've never tried O's." Julian held out his container. "Try some." She took a bite. The heat hit immediately, making her eyes water. But underneath the spice, there was this incredible depth of flavor. "That's really good," she said, coughing slightly. Julian smiled, an actual smile, warm and genuine. It was the first time Vanessa had seen him smile like that in 3 years of marriage. They stayed up until 3 a.m., talking, really talking. Vanessa told him about growing up in Pasadena, about her mother who died when she was 16, about wanting to be a writer when she was in college but being afraid she wasn't good enough, about the loneliness of the last 3 years, yes, but also about the small joys she'd found, the satisfaction of learning Mandarin, the thrill of understanding financial models, the quiet pride of realizing she was actually brilliant at something. And Julian talked, too, about his childhood with a father who saw children as investments rather than people, about his sister Carolyn who'd escaped to Boston and barely spoke to the family anymore, about meeting Isabel
and realizing for the first time that he could be loved for who he was rather than what he had. About the guilt he carried for 4 years, the weight of thinking her death was his fault because she'd been investigating something to help his business. Around midnight, Julian ordered food. Chinese takeout from a place Vanessa had ordered from dozens of times alone. They ate it, sitting on the living room floor, containers spread out between them. "You like the Kung Pao chicken," Julian observed. "How do you know that?" "I've seen the takeout containers in the recycling, always the same order." So he had been noticing? In his own distant way, he'd been paying attention. "What's your favorite?" Vanessa asked. "The Dan Dan noodles, extra spicy." "I've never tried those." Julian held out his container. "Try some." She took a bite. The heat hit immediately, making her eyes water. But underneath the spice, there was this incredible depth of flavor. "That's really good," she said, coughing slightly. Julian smiled, an actual smile, warm and genuine. It was the first time Vanessa had seen him smile like that in 3 years of marriage. They stayed up until 3 a.m., talking, planning, occasionally just sitting in companionable quiet. At some point, Julian fell asleep on the couch, his head tipped back, mouth slightly open, completely vulnerable. Vanessa watched him sleep. This man who tried so hard to protect her that he'd forgotten to let her live, who'd been so afraid of loss that he'd never allowed himself to have anything real. She understood him now, didn't entirely forgive him. 3 years of loneliness couldn't be erased in one night of honest conversation, but she understood. And understanding, she was beginning to realize, was the first step towards something that might eventually look like love. Vanessa woke up to sunlight streaming through the living room windows. She'd fallen asleep on the couch too, curled up on the opposite end from Julian. He was awake already, watching her with an expression she couldn't quite read. "How long have you been awake?" she asked, voice rough from sleep. "About an hour." "Why didn't you wake me?" "You looked peaceful. I didn't want to interrupt that." There was something different about him this morning. The careful distance was gone. He was looking at her like she was actually there, actually real. "The car analysis came back," Julian said quietly. "The brake line was cut. Clean slice, designed to fail under pressure. Same method used on Isabel's car." The reminder of yesterday's crash brought reality crashing back. "They tried to kill you yesterday. They tried to scare me. If they wanted me dead, they would have done more damage." She sat up, running her hand through her hair. "We stick to the plan. I started Marcus's firm on Monday. We gather evidence. We build a case. They can't escape. And if they try again, then this time we'll be ready." Julian looked like he wanted to argue, wanted to lock her in the penthouse and handle everything himself. But he promised. They were partners now. "Okay, but we do this smart. You're wired every moment you're in that building. We have backup outside. And the second it feels wrong, I'm out. I know." Julian moved closer, sat next to her on the couch instead of on the opposite end. "I need you to understand something," he said. "If this goes wrong, if something happens to you because of this plan, I won't survive it. Julian, not physically, maybe physically, but everything that matters, I won't come back from that." Vanessa took his hand, the first time she'd initiated physical contact in their entire marriage. "Then we make sure it doesn't go wrong." He looked down at their joined hands, then up at her face. "When did you get so brave?" he asked. "I've always been brave. You just never noticed." "I'm noticing now." And for the first time in 3 years, Vanessa believed him. They spent the weekend preparing. Tony Briggs came to the penthouse Friday afternoon with surveillance equipment, tiny microphones that look like shirt buttons, a tracking device disguised as a phone case, a panic button built into a bracelet.
She presses this, Tony explained, showing Julian a delicate gold bracelet. And our team gets her location and a silent alarm. We'll have people on her in under 2 minutes. Make it 1 minute, Julian said. Julian, 2 minutes is industry standard. Make it 1 minute or I find someone else. Tony looked at Vanessa. She just shrugged. He's very motivated. Fine, 1 minute. But she'll need to test it a few times. Make sure she knows exactly how hard to press. They spent 2 hours testing the equipment, making sure everything worked, that the microphones picked up clear audio, that the tracking was accurate. Vanessa felt like a spy, or maybe an undercover cop. Either way, it was better than feeling helpless. Sunday night, Vanessa laid out her outfit for Monday. Professional, polished, the kind of thing a grateful new employee would wear to her first day. Not the crimson dress. That had been for making a statement. This was for blending in, for making Marcus think she was exactly what he expected. Smart enough to be useful, naive enough to be manipulated. Julian found her standing in front of her closet, holding a navy blazer. "You don't have to do this," he said from the doorway. "I know. We could still run. Montana, or further. I have resources. We could disappear." Vanessa turned to face him. "Is that what you want? To spend the rest of our lives hiding? I want you safe. I want justice. For Isabel. For everyone Marcus and NextGen have hurt. For the 3 years we lost because you were too afraid to let me in." She said it gently, not as an accusation, just as truth. Julian nodded slowly. "Then let's get you justice." That night, Vanessa couldn't sleep. She lay in her bed in the East Wing, staring at the ceiling, thinking about what tomorrow would bring. Walking into Marcus's office, smiling, pretending she didn't know he'd killed a woman and tried to kill her, gathering evidence while he thought he was gathering an asset. It was dangerous, possibly stupid, definitely the kind of thing that could get her killed if she made even one mistake. Around 2 a.m., she heard footsteps in the hallway, a soft knock on her door. "Vanessa, are you awake?" "Julian, come in." He opened the door slowly, stood in the doorway like he wasn't sure he was allowed to enter. "Can't sleep either?" Vanessa asked. "Every time I close my eyes, I see your car wrapped around that barrier. I'm okay. I'm right here." Julian moved into the room, sat on the edge of her bed, the first time he'd been in the East Wing since their wedding day. "I've been thinking," he said quietly, "about what you said, about me never looking at you. And you're right. I saw what I wanted to see, a convenient arrangement, a way to protect myself. Julian, let me finish, please." He took a breath. "I'm looking now, and what I see is someone extraordinary. Someone who took 3 years of loneliness and turned it into education, who learned an entire language just from listening to my phone calls, who walked into that gala and commended a room of people who'd spent years not knowing you existed." He met her eyes in the darkness. "I see you, Vanessa, finally, and I'm terrified of losing you now that I finally do." Vanessa sat up, reached for his hand in the darkness. "You're not going to lose me. We're going to walk into that building tomorrow, and we're going to beat them at their own game." "How can you be so sure?" "Because they're expecting me to be weak. They're expecting the invisible wife who does what she's told. But that's not who I am. Not anymore." Julian squeezed her hand. "When did you become so fierce?" "Somewhere around day 457. You just didn't notice until day 998. He laughed, quiet and sad, and genuine. Then he did something he'd never done before. He asked permission. "Can I stay? Just until you fall asleep. I don't want to be alone tonight." Vanessa moved over in the bed, made space. Julian laid down next to her, on top of the covers, maintaining that last bit of distance, but close enough that she could feel the warmth of him. Close enough that when her breathing finally slowed into sleep, she could hear his matching rhythm. Two people in a bed for the first time in their 3-year marriage. Not romantic, not yet, but real. Finally, blessedly real. Monday morning would come too soon. Vanessa would walk into Marcus Lennox's office wearing a wire and a smile. She would shake his hand and pretend she didn't know he was a killer. She would gather evidence while he thought he was gathering an asset. And somewhere in that dance, that dangerous game of who could manipulate whom, the truth would finally come out. The question wasn't whether she'd survive. Vanessa had already survived 3 years of being erased. She could survive a few weeks of being bait. The question was, when the trap finally snapped shut, who would be caught inside it? Marcus, who spent 4 years thinking he was untouchable? Or Vanessa and Julian, who are risking everything on the hope that justice still meant something? Tomorrow, they'd find out.
Monday, April 17th, 8:43 a.m. Vanessa stood in front of the mirror in her bedroom, adjusting the small microphone disguised as a button on her blazer. The wire ran down her spine, taped carefully to her skin. Cold, uncomfortable, necessary. Julian stood in the doorway, watching her prepare for a role neither of them wanted her to play. The team is already in position. 2 agents in a van across the street. Tony's monitoring from a building 3 blocks away. I'll be in a coffee shop on the ground floor with eyes on every exit. And if something goes wrong, then I come get you immediately. Vanessa turned to face him. You have to let the professionals handle it if things get dangerous. You can't just run in. Watch me. It wasn't bravado. It was a simple statement of fact. If she was in danger, Julian would come for her. Professional protocol be damned. Lennox Ventures occupied floors 40 through 42 of a glass tower in Century City. The kind of building where everything gleamed. Polished marble, chrome fixtures, floor-to-ceiling windows that made you feel like you were floating above the city. Vanessa walked through the lobby at 8:58, right on time. Not early, which would seem desperate. Not late, which would seem disrespectful. The receptionist on the 40th floor smiled warmly. "Miss Whitmore, Mr. Lennox is expecting you. Conference room B." "Thank you." Her heels clicked on marble as she walked down the hallway, past glass-walled offices where young analysts hunched over computers, past a break room with an espresso machine that probably cost more than most people's cars. Marcus was waiting in the conference room, standing by the window, looking out at the city. He turned when she entered, his smile bright and welcoming. "Vanessa, right on time. I appreciate punctuality." He crossed the room, hand extended. Vanessa shook it firmly. First test passed. The microphone was working. She could feel the slight vibration against her skin that meant it was transmitting. "I thought we'd spend the morning on paperwork," Marcus said, gesturing to a stack of documents on the conference cable. Employee agreement, NDA, benefits enrollment, the usual bureaucratic nonsense. "Of course." They sat across from each other. Marcus slid the first document toward her. Standard employment contract. Salary that made Vanessa's breath catch. $400,000 a year. More money she'd ever imagined earning on her own. "That's very generous," she said. "You're worth it. I don't believe in underpaying talent." Vanessa read through the contract carefully. No red flags, no weird clauses. It was exactly what it appeared to be, a legitimate job offer. Which made sense. Marcus needed her to believe this was real. needed her invested before he started asking for access to things she shouldn't give him. She signed, dated, initialed in 3 places. Marcus smiled. Excellent. Welcome to the team. They spent 2 hours on paperwork. Then Marcus gave her a tour of the office, introduced her to analysts and project managers. Everyone smiled. Everyone seemed genuinely nice. If Vanessa hadn't known what she knew, she would have thought this was exactly what it appeared to be, a legitimate opportunity at a respected firm. Around noon, Marcus checked his watch. I have a lunch meeting with a potential client. Normally, I'd bring a senior analyst, but I think you'd find this particular conversation interesting. Would you like to join? This was it, the first real test. I'd love to, Vanessa said. Perfect. We're meeting at Kraft. Do you know it? She did. An upscale restaurant in Century City, public enough to seem safe, private enough for sensitive conversations. Exactly the kind of place where Marcus would feel comfortable revealing things he shouldn't. Kraft had the kind of understated elegance that screamed money without being obvious about it. Wood tables, soft lighting, waiters who moved like ghosts. Marcus had reserved a corner table, private but not isolated. Vanessa could see the entrance from where she sat, could see Julian 3 tables away, laptop open, looking like any other businessman having a working lunch. Their eyes met for a half a second. He gave her the smallest nod. I'm here. You're safe. I should mention, Marcus said as they settled into their seats, the client we're meeting is actually me. I wanted a chance to talk with you away from the office, somewhere we could be honest. Vanessa's heart rate kicked up, but she kept her expression neutral, curious but not alarmed. About what? Marcus ordered wine without looking at the menu. A Burgundy that probably cost $300 a bottle. I didn't hire you just because you're brilliant, though you are. Your analysis of the China market situation was better than anything my team has produced. Thank you. I hired you because you're married to Julian Whitmore and because your father owns a patent that I've been trying to acquire for 6 years. He said it so casually, like he was commenting on the weather. Vanessa took a sip of wine to buy herself time, kept her face neutral. I don't understand. Marcus leaned back in his chair, completely relaxed, a man who thought he held all the cards. U.S. Patent 10.947332. Encryption technology for blockchain financial transactions. Your father developed it, refused to sell it to my partners. And then Julian married you and acquired Heart Technologies, which meant the patent became a part of Whitmore Capital. I'm aware of my father's patent. Are you aware that it's worth approximately $800 million? That it's the missing piece in a technology network that would fundamentally reshape digital banking across Asia? Vanessa set down her wine glass. Even if that's true, I don't control it. Julian does. But you could influence him as his wife, as someone he's finally starting actually to see. The way he said it, like he'd been watching their relationship evolve, like he knew things he shouldn't know. How long have you been watching us? Marcus smiled. Since the beginning. Since before the beginning, actually.
Vanessa felt cold. The restaurant suddenly seemed too bright, too exposed. What do you mean before the beginning? I mean, I've been watching Julian Whitmore for 4 years, ever since his previous fiancée became a problem for my partners. There it was, the admission they'd been waiting for. Vanessa could feel the wire against her skin, could picture Tony in his surveillance van, recording every word. Julian 3 tables away, probably gripping his coffee cup hard enough to crack it.
Isabel Chen, Vanessa said quietly.
You know about her. Of course you do. Julian finally told you the truth.
Marcus took a sip of his wine.
She was brilliant. Too brilliant. She found connections she shouldn't have, money trails linking next-gen systems to some very powerful people who don't appreciate scrutiny. So you killed her. He didn't deny it. Didn't even flinch. I arranged for a mechanical failure in her vehicle, made it look like an accident, sent Julian a message afterwards so he'd know to back off. He said it like he was describing a business transaction. Clinical, emotionless. And it worked, he continued. Julian pulled back, stopped asking questions, married you in a convenient arrangement that kept him looking normal while maintaining emotional distance from everyone. He was predictable, manageable. Until the gala. Until the gala, he agreed. When you showed up in that red dress and demonstrated that you were more than just decoration, that you were intelligent, valuable, the kind of person Julian might actually care about. He leaned forward slightly. That's when I knew I had to move. Either bring you over to our side or eliminate you before Julian got too attached. Think about this for a moment. You're sitting across from a man who just admitted to murder, who just threatened your life, who's looking at you like you're a problem he's calculating how to solve. Do you run? Do you scream? Do you panic? Or do you trust that the wire you're wearing is capturing everything? That the man you're married to is 3 tables away ready to intervene? That the authorities are listening to every word? Vanessa chose trust. So which is it? She asked, her voice steadier than she felt. Are you bringing me to your side or eliminating me? Marcus studied her face. That depends. Are you willing to help us acquire the patent? Convince Julian to sell Heart Technologies to Lennox Ventures? Make it look natural, like a smart business move. And if I do, then you get to live. You get to work here, make a fortune, be part of something bigger than Julian's small-minded vision of ethical investing. And if I don't? Marcus's smile faded slightly. Then you become another cautionary tale, another accident. Maybe your brakes fail again. Maybe you take a fall down some stairs. Maybe you just disappear one day. And Julian gets a message reminding him what happens to people who don't cooperate. Vanessa reached for her wine glass, took a slow sip, buying time. Because across the restaurant, she could see movement. Julian standing up, 2 men in suits entering through the front door, 3 more coming from the kitchen. FBI. Tony's contacts in the federal task force that handle corporate crimes. Marcus was still talking. I need an answer, Vanessa, today, right now. Are you with us? Or he stopped, saw the agents approaching. His expression changed. Confusion, then understanding, then rage. You're wearing a wire. It wasn't a question. Marcus moved fast. Faster than Vanessa expected for a man in his 40s who just drank half a bottle of wine. He grabbed her wrist, hard enough to bruise, yanked her up from her chair. You think you're smart? You think you won? His other hand was inside his jacket, coming out with something black and metallic. A gun. Vanessa's training from Tony kicked in. She stopped hard on Marcus's instep, twisted away, but his grip was too strong. FBI, let her go. One of the agents had his weapon drawn, 3 others flanking him. Marcus pulled Vanessa back against her chest, the gun pressed against her ribs, cold metal through thin fabric. Everyone stops or I shoot her right here. Marcus's voice was different now, desperate, dangerous. The agents froze, weapons drawn, but no clear shot. And then Julian was there. Julian's voice cut through the tension, calm, clear. Marcus, let her go. This is over. Every word you just said is on recording. Your career is finished. Your partners will throw you under the bus to save themselves. The only question now is whether you add attempted murder to the charges." Marcus laughed, bitter. "You think I'm going to prison? You have no idea who you're dealing with, who my partners are. I'll be out in 24 hours with the best lawyers money can buy." "Maybe, but you'll still be out, and Vanessa will press charges, and you'll spend the rest of your life looking over your shoulder." The gun was still pressed against Vanessa's ribs. She could feel Marcus's heart racing, feel the sweat on his palm where he gripped her wrist. "She's coming with me," Marcus said. "Everyone backs off, or I—" He didn't finish the sentence because Julian had moved closer. Just a few steps, hands up, showing he wasn't armed. "Take me instead," Julian said quietly. "What?" "Let Vanessa go. Take me as your hostage instead. I'm worth more as leverage, CEO of Whitmore Capital. You can negotiate your escape, use me as a shield, but let her go." Vanessa's eyes met Julian's. She saw what he was doing, saw the calculation behind it. He was offering himself because he thought Marcus would hesitate, thought the agents would have a better shot if the hostage wasn't a woman, thought he could control the situation better from the inside. But Vanessa also saw something else. He was offering himself because he couldn't live with watching her get hurt. "Julian, no!" Marcus's grip shifted. For just a second, the gun moved away from Vanessa's ribs as he recalculated. And that's when Julian moved. He didn't try to grab the gun. That would have been stupid, predictable. Instead, he threw himself at Vanessa, knocked her sideways out of Marcus's grip. The gun went off. The sound was deafening in the enclosed restaurant. Someone screamed. Glass shattered somewhere. Vanessa hit the floor hard, felt hands grabbing her, pulling her away. FBI agents swarming Marcus, taking him down. And Julian was on the ground 3 feet away, red blooming across his white shirt, upper shoulder, left side. He'd taken the bullet meant for her.
Vanessa crawled to him. Agents were shouting, trying to secure the scene, but she didn't care. Julian, look at me." His eyes were open, glazed with shock and pain, but focused on her face. "Are you hurt?" he asked. His voice was strained. "Am I? You just got shot. But are you hurt?" "No, I'm fine. You saved me." He smiled, small, pained. Finally, did something right. Vanessa pressed her hands against the wound, trying to stop the bleeding. Her hands came away red. "Someone call an ambulance," she shouted. "Already on the way," an agent said. 2 minutes out. 2 minutes felt like a lifetime. Julian's blood was warm against Vanessa's hands. So much blood. Too much. "Stay with me," she said. "Julian, stay awake. Look at me." Not going anywhere. Her breathing was shallow, fast. "Hurts like hell, though." I know, but you're going to be okay. The ambulance is coming. You're going to be fine." Around them, controlled chaos. Mark is being handcuffed, read his rights, dragged toward the door, agents securing his weapon, restaurant patrons being evacuated, someone taking photos of the scene. But all Vanessa could see was Julian. This man who'd kept her at a distance for 3 years, who'd been so afraid of losing someone that he'd refused to have anyone, who'd just thrown himself in front of a bullet for her. "Why did you do that?" she asked, tears streaming down her face. "Why would you?" "Because I love you." The words hung between them. Simple. Devastating. True. "You don't have to say that."
Vanessa said, "You don't have to. I love you. I've loved you for longer than I wanted to admit. Since before the gala, if I'm being honest. I'd watch you learning Mandarin, reading financial documents, becoming this incredible person, and I think, that's my wife. That brilliant, fierce woman is my wife. And I was too afraid to tell you." His hand found hers, gripped weakly. "I'm sorry I wasted 3 years being afraid. I'm sorry I made you feel invisible. I'm sorry for every morning I left early and every night I came home late and every birthday I pretended to forget. Julian, save your strength. No, I need to say this in case I don't get another chance. You'll get another chance. You're going to be fine." The ambulance arrived. Paramedics rushed in with a gurney, medical equipment, practiced efficiency. "Ma'am, we need you to step back," one of them said gently. Vanessa didn't want to move, didn't want to let go of Julian's hand. "I'm coming with him," she said. "Are you family?" "I'm his wife." The paramedic nodded. "Then you can ride in the ambulance, but we need space to work, please." Vanessa stepped back, watched them cut away Julian's shirt, expose the wound. So much blood. The paramedics worked quickly, inserting an IV, applying pressure, loading him on to the gurney. "Blood pressure's dropping," one of them said. "We need to move now." They wheeled Julian toward the door. Vanessa followed, her hand still sticky with his blood. In the ambulance, she sat pressed against the wall while the paramedics worked, checking vitals, administering medication, radioing ahead to the hospital. Julian's eyes found hers through the organized chaos. "I love you," he said again, weaker this time, in case I didn't say it clearly enough before. Cedars-Sinai Medical Center. Emergency entrance. They rushed Julian straight into surgery. Something about the bullet being close to major arteries, about internal bleeding, about needing to operate immediately. Vanessa was left in a waiting room that smelled like antiseptic and fear. Fluorescent lights too bright, chairs too hard, a TV in the corner playing news. None of the waiting people were watching. She looked down at her hands, still red with Julian's blood. Her blazer was ruined, her white shirt underneath soaked through. An agent found her 20 minutes later, the older one who'd led the team at the restaurant. "Mrs. Whitmore, I'm Special Agent Chen. I need to ask you some questions when you're ready." "Is he going to be okay?" Vanessa asked. "The doctors are excellent here. He's in good hands." That wasn't an answer, but it was all she was going to get. Vanessa spent an hour answering questions. Yes, she was wearing a wire. Yes, Marcus had confessed to orchestrating Isabel Chen's death. Yes, he'd admitted to tampering with her brakes. Yes, he'd threatened to kill her if she didn't cooperate. Yes, everything was recorded. The recording is clear, combined with the physical evidence from your car, from Isabel Chen's vehicle, and from the financial records we've been building. We have more than enough to prosecute. Marcus Lennox is going to prison for a long time. What about his partners? The people at NextGen? That investigation is ongoing, but with Marcus's confession on tape, we have leverage to get him to cooperate, give us names in exchange for a reduced sentence. It should have felt like victory, like justice. Instead, Vanessa just felt tired. 3 hours in surgery. Vanessa sat in that waiting room, blood drying on her hands, staring at the door the doctors had disappeared through. Tony Briggs showed up around hour 2, brought her coffee she didn't drink and a clean shirt she didn't change into. He's going to be okay. Julian's stubborn. He won't let a little bullet stop him. It's not a little bullet, it's a bullet. Fair point. Julian's sister Caroline arrived during hour 3. She'd caught the first flight from Boston when Tony called her, walked into the waiting room looking terrified. Where is he? Is he? In surgery, Vanessa said. They said the bullet missed the major arteries, but there was internal bleeding. They're fixing it. Caroline sat down next to her, saw the blood on Vanessa's clothes. Is that his blood? Yes. And are you okay? It was the first time anyone had asked Vanessa that question, if she was okay. I don't know, she admitted. At hour 3 and 47 minutes, a doctor and surgical scrubs emerged, family of Julian Whitmore. Vanessa and Caroline both stood. And his sister, this is his wife. The doctor smiled, tired, but genuine. The surgery went well. We removed the bullet, repaired the damaged tissue. He's going to need physical therapy, and he'll have limited mobility in that shoulder for a few months, but he should make a full recovery. The relief hit Vanessa so hard, her knees almost gave out. Can we see him? Caroline asked. He's in recovery now. Give it another hour, then you can visit, one at a time initially. She goes first, Caroline said, gesturing to Vanessa. Are you sure? You're covered in his blood. You need to see that he's okay. An hour and 12 minutes later, a nurse came to get Vanessa. He's asking for you, keeps asking if you're okay. We told him you're fine, but he won't settle until he sees himself. She led Vanessa down a hallway, through double doors, to a private recovery room. Julian was in the bed, pale but awake. His left shoulder heavily bandaged, an IV in his arm, monitors beeping steadily. His eyes found Vanessa the moment she walked in. You're okay. I'm okay. You're the one who got shot. Worth it. Vanessa crossed to the bed, took his right hand, the one without the IV. Don't ever do that again, she said. Her voice was shaking. Don't ever throw yourself in front of a bullet for me. Can't promise that, but I can promise I'll try to avoid situations where it's necessary.
He'd taken a bullet to save her, thrown himself into danger without hesitation because the alternative, watching her get hurt, was unthinkable. It was the most romantic thing anyone had ever done for Vanessa, and also the most terrifying, because it meant Julian really did love her, not as a convenient arrangement, not as a business asset, as a person worth dying for. The question that had haunted their marriage for 3 years suddenly had an answer. Could a marriage built on contracts ever become one built on love? Maybe, if both people were willing to tear up the original agreement and write something new, something real. If both people were willing to be vulnerable, to choose each other every day, not out of obligation, but out of genuine desire. If both people were willing to transform pain into partnership, distance into closeness, fear into courage. Vanessa looked at Julian in that hospital bed, his blood on her clothes, his hand in hers, and she realized something that changed everything. She didn't just want him to survive. She wanted to build a life with him, a real one.
the kind they never had the chance to create. The question now wasn't whether their marriage could become real. The question was, what would they build together now that they finally could? The first night was the longest. Vanessa sat in a chair that the nurses had pulled up next to Julian's bed. One of those institutional healthcare chairs, vinyl upholstery, metal frame, designed for function rather than comfort. She'd been sitting there for 6 hours. Caroline had gone to find food around 8 p.m., promised to bring back something edible. That was 90 minutes ago. Vanessa suspected she was giving them privacy, or maybe she just needed a break from the antiseptic smell and the rhythmic beeping of monitors. Julian was sleeping. The anesthesia had worn off around 7, and he'd been awake long enough to confirm he could feel his fingers answer the neurological questions and tell Vanessa again that he was fine. Then the pain medication had kicked in, and he drifted off mid-sentence. Vanessa watched him breathe, in and out, steady, alive. The bandage on his shoulder was pristine white, clean, no blood seeping through. The nurses had checked it twice in the last hour. He was going to be fine. The doctors had said so multiple times. But Vanessa couldn't make herself leave. Here's something nobody tells you about almost losing someone. The fear doesn't go away when the crisis ends. You'd think it would. The surgery was successful, the bleeding stopped, the danger passed. But Vanessa's hands were still shaking. Her heart was still racing every time one of the monitors made an unexpected sound. Because she'd seen how fast things could change, how quickly alive could become almost not alive. 1 second, Julian was standing across a restaurant. The next, he was on the ground with a bullet in his shoulder. Life was fragile, impermanent, easily lost. Vanessa had spent 3 years taking his presence for granted. Taking for granted that he'd be there every morning when she woke up, even if she never saw him, that he'd come home every night, even if they never spoke. Now she understood how quickly that could end. So she stayed. Not because she had to, not because anyone expected it, because the alternative, going home to that enormous penthouse alone, sleeping in the East Wing while Julian was here in a hospital bed, was unthinkable. Around 10:30, Julian stirred. His eyes opened slowly, confusion first, that disoriented look people get when they wake up in an unfamiliar place, then memory returning, the restaurant, Marcus, the gun. His eyes found Vanessa. "You're still here," he said. His voice was rough from the breathing tube they'd used during surgery. "Where else would I be?" "Home, getting rest. You don't have to stay." "I know." Julian shifted slightly, trying to set up, winced at the movement. "Don't," Vanessa said, standing. "You're supposed to stay still. Let me get the nurse." "I'm fine, just adjusting." He looked at her more fully, took in the dried blood still on her clothes. "You didn't change." "I haven't had time." "Caroline brought you a shirt hours ago." "I know." She didn't explain why she hadn't changed. Couldn't quite articulate that wearing his blood felt important somehow, like evidence, proof that what had happened was real. Julian was watching her with an expression she couldn't quite read. "You don't have to be here," he said again. "The contract." "Forget the contract." "Julian, I'm serious. Forget the contract, forget the arrangement, forget every rule we made about distance and boundaries and keeping things professional." She sat back down, leaned forward so she was closer to the bed.
You took a bullet for me today. You threw yourself between me and a gun without hesitation. So no, I don't have to be here. I want to be here. There's a difference." Julian was quiet for a moment. "I know." "Thank you." "For what?" "For choosing to stay. For not running after everything I put you through. For being here when I woke up." They sat in comfortable quiet for a few minutes, just the sound of the monitors, the distant beeping from other rooms, footsteps in the hallway. Then Julian spoke, his voice low. "I've been thinking about what you said, about me never really looking at you. Julian, you don't have to. I want to. I need to." He took a breath, winced slightly at the pain it caused in his shoulder. "When Isabel died, I blamed myself, not just for her death, but for everything that led to it. It wasn't your fault. Marcus killed her. Because she was investigating fraud to help my business expansion. Because she wanted to make sure the deals I was making were clean. If she'd never met me, she'd still be alive." Vanessa squeezed his hand. "You can't know that. I know that being close to me got her killed. And I decided after it happened that I'd never let anyone get that close again."
"I understand why you did it," Vanessa said. "I don't like it, but I understand. The thing I didn't expect was that keeping you distant would be so hard. You weren't supposed to be interesting. You were supposed to just exist quietly in the background. But you didn't." He looked at her directly. "You learned Mandarin. You educated yourself on my entire industry. You became this brilliant, fascinating person that I couldn't help noticing. And every time I noticed, I had to remind myself, don't get close, don't care, don't let her matter. But I did matter. You mattered from the beginning. I just wouldn't admit it, not even to myself." Julian's eyes were wet, not quite crying, but close. "When Isabel died, I couldn't sleep for months. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw her car, saw the police photos, saw what my choices had done to someone I loved. Julian. So I built walls, worked 18-hour days, made myself too busy to feel anything. And when your father proposed the arrangement, I thought, this is how I live now. Surrounded by people, but connected to no one. Safe, but alone." "That's not living," Vanessa said quietly. "That's just existing." "I know, but existing felt safer than risking that kind of pain again." He paused, gathering his thoughts. "And then you walked into that gala in a red dress and reminded everyone, including me, that you were a person with thoughts and skills and value. You refused to stay invisible. You chose to exist loudly. And it terrified me." "Why?" Vanessa asked. "Because I couldn't ignore you anymore. Couldn't pretend you were just a convenient arrangement. You were real. And if you were real, that meant I could lose you the same way I lost Isabel." Vanessa understood the logic of trauma, how it could make you sabotage the very things you wanted most. "I have something to tell you about why I agreed to the marriage, the real reason, not the one I told you before." Julian waited. "You were right that my father was desperate, that saving heart technologies mattered to our family. But the truth is, I would have done anything to help him because I'd spent my entire life feeling like a burden. You were never a burden. Let me finish, please."
Vanessa had never said this out loud before, never articulated the thing that had shaped so many of her decisions. My mother died when I was 16. Cancer. It took 2 years and cost everything we had. He sold his retirement accounts, mortgaged the house twice, drained our savings, all to buy her 6 extra months. Julian's grip on her hand tightened. After she died, I watched him try to rebuild. He had this company he'd poured his life into, and he was trying to keep it afloat while raising a teenage daughter alone. And I felt like I was this weight he had to carry, this reminder of what he lost. Vanessa, I'm sure he didn't. I know he loved me. That's not the question. But love doesn't change the practical reality. I was expensive. College tuition, living expenses, all of it. And the company was struggling even then. So when he came to me with your proposal, when he explained that marrying you could save Heart Technologies, save the jobs of 40 people, save everything he'd built, how could I say no? You could have said it wasn't your responsibility. But it was. Don't you see? Finally, after all those years of being a burden, I could do something useful. I could be worth something. Her voice cracked slightly. I thought if I married you, if I saved my father's company, maybe I'd finally balance the scales. Maybe I'd be worth all the money he'd spent keeping me alive instead of saving for retirement, worth all the sacrifices he'd made. Julian looked stricken. Vanessa, that's not... You can't measure your worth that way. I know that now, but at 23... After growing up feeling like I'd cost my father everything, it made perfect sense. They looked at each other across the hospital bed, 2 people who'd entered a marriage for all the wrong reasons. Julian trying to protect everyone by keeping them distant. Vanessa trying to prove her worth by making herself useful. Both of them hiding from real connection because connection felt dangerous. We're pretty damaged, aren't we? Julian said with a small, sad smile. Completely, Vanessa agreed. You won't let people close because you're afraid they'll die. I won't ask for anything because I'm afraid I don't deserve it. We're a perfect disaster of a couple. Is that what we are? A couple? Vanessa considered the question. I don't know what we are, but I know I'm not leaving. I know that when you got shot today, I understood something I'd been avoiding for 3 years. What's that? That I care about you. Not as a contractual obligation, not as the man who saved my father's company. As you, Julian, the person who takes his coffee black and runs 5 miles every morning and works standing up because sitting makes his back hurt.
Let me ask you something. Have you ever realized you cared about someone at exactly the wrong moment? Not during a romantic dinner or a perfect sunset, but during a crisis, when they're bleeding or broken or barely holding together? When caring about them becomes terrifying because you can see how easily you could lose them. That's where Vanessa found herself. Sitting in a hospital room, holding the hand of a man who'd been a stranger for 3 years, understanding that somewhere in those 3 years, between the loneliness and the silence and the slow building of resentment, she'd started to care. Not love, not yet. Care was smaller, more manageable. But care could become love if they let it. The question was, were they both brave enough to try? I don't deserve that, Julian said quietly. I don't deserve you caring about me after what I did. 3 years of making you invisible. 3 years of... Stop punishing yourself. We both made choices that hurt us. You chose distance.
I chose to accept that distance instead of demanding more. We're both responsible for how we got here.
But I'm the one who set the terms. I'm the one who...
Julian, Vanessa's voice was firm. If we're going to move forward, we have to stop keeping score. Stop tracking who hurt who more. Just acknowledge that we both suffered and decide whether we want to keep suffering or try something different. He looked at her for a long moment. What does something different look like? I have no idea. I've never done this before. Done what? Had a real marriage. Had a partner. Had someone who actually sees me. Julian shifted in the bed, trying to get more comfortable. The movement made him wince. He said, I'll be here for 3 days. Observation, physical therapy assessment, making sure there's no infection. I know. You can't stay here for 3 days. You need rest, a shower, clean clothes. I'll go home tomorrow, get cleaned up. But tonight I'm staying. Vanessa, this isn't up for debate. You threw yourself in front of a bullet for me. The least I can do is sit in an uncomfortable chair for one night. Julian smiled. Small, but genuine. You're very stubborn. I learned from watching you for 3 years. You're the most stubborn person I've ever met. Fair point. They fell into comfortable quiet again. Vanessa could see Julian fighting sleep. The pain medication was strong, pulling him under despite his efforts to stay awake. Go to sleep. I'll be here when you wake up. Promise? Promise. Julian's eyes closed. His breathing evened out. The grip on Vanessa's hand loosened slightly, but didn't let go. Vanessa sat there watching him sleep for the second time in their marriage. The first had been just a few nights ago, when they'd fallen asleep on the couch after planning how to trap Marcus. That felt like a lifetime ago now. So much had changed in just a few days. They'd gone from strangers to allies to something she didn't have a word for yet. Not quite lovers. They hadn't even kissed. Not quite friends. There was too much history, too much weight between them for simple friendship. Partners, maybe. 2 people who survived something terrible together and were trying to figure out what came next. Around midnight, a nurse came in to check Julian's vitals. She smiled when she saw Vanessa still sitting there. You should try to get some rest. We have a fold-out bed if you want it. I'm okay in the chair. You won't be after 8 hours. Let me get you the bed. The nurse returned with a fold-out cot and fresh linens, set it up in the corner of the room without making much noise. There, at least lie down even if you can't sleep. Your back will thank you. Thank you. He's lucky to have you, the nurse said, gesturing to Julian. A lot of spouses don't stay. Visiting hours are over at 9 and most people go home. But the ones who stay, those are the marriages that last. She left before Vanessa could explain that their marriage was complicated, that up until a few days ago, they'd barely qualified as roommates, let alone spouses. But maybe that was changing. Maybe staying was the first step towards becoming the kind of couple the nurse assumed they already were. Vanessa moved to the cot, lay down, fully clothed, Julian's dried blood on her shirt. She could hear him breathing across the room, steady, alive. And for the first time in 3 years, she felt like she was exactly where she was supposed to be. Morning came with harsh fluorescent lights and the smell of hospital breakfast. Julian woke first. Vanessa heard him moving, opened her eyes to find him watching her from the bed. You stayed. Told you I would. I thought maybe you'd change your mind, realize you were here because of adrenaline and once you'd had time to think. Julian, I'm going to need you to stop giving me reasons to leave. I'm staying. Accept it. Okay, I'm accepting it. A doctor came in around 7, checked Julian's shoulder, asked questions about pain levels, range of motion, sensation in his fingers. Everything looks good, the doctor said. We'll do some physical therapy this afternoon. Make sure you're regaining mobility properly. If all goes well, you can go home Friday. Today's Tuesday. 3 days. That's what I told you yesterday. Julian looked like he wanted to argue. Vanessa cut him off. He'll be a model patient. Won't rush anything. We'll follow all the instructions. The doctor raised an eyebrow at Julian. Is she always this bossy? I'm just discovering that about her. I think I like it. Carolyn showed up around 8:30 with coffee and breakfast sandwiches from a place down the street. Figured hospital food wouldn't cut it, she said, handing Vanessa a cup. How is he? Stubborn, arguing with doctors about when he can leave. That sounds like Julian. Carolyn approached her brother's bed. You look terrible. Good morning to you, too. I'm serious. You're pale. When's the last time you had actual food? They brought me something that was allegedly eggs around 7. Allegedly. That bad? I've had better. She pulled out one of the breakfast sandwiches, handed it to him. Eat. You need your strength if you're going to keep being heroic and taking bullets for people. Julian took the sandwich, took a bite, closed his eyes in appreciation. This is really good. I know. It's from that place Mom used to take us, remember? When Dad was traveling and she'd take us for Saturday breakfast? Something crossed Julian's face, nostalgia mixed with pain. I haven't thought about that in years.
Caroline sat down in the chair Vanessa had vacated. Mom called, by the way. She's flying in tomorrow from New York. She doesn't need to do that. I'm fine. You got shot. She's coming. Don't argue. Julian looked at Vanessa. You're about to meet my mother. I should probably warn you. She's intense. I've met her before, at our wedding. You met the public version. Polite, controlled. This will be the mother version. Lots of questions, lots of concern, possibly crying. I can handle it. Caroline was watching them with interest. You two seem different. Since the wedding, I mean. I only met Vanessa that one day, but she seemed quieter then, more like she was trying to blend into the wallpaper. I was, Vanessa said. That was the arrangement. And now? Vanessa glanced at Julian. We're trying something different. Caroline studied them both. Good, because I've been worried about you, she said to Julian. Ever since Isabel died, you've been half alive, going through the motions, building the business, but not building a life. Caroline, I'm serious. When you told me you were getting married again, I thought maybe things were changing. But then I met Vanessa and saw how you barely looked at her, and I thought, he's doing it again, keeping everyone at arm's length. Julian was quiet. But this, Caroline gestured between them, this looks real, messy and complicated and real. It is, Julian said. All of those things. Good. Messy and complicated means you're actually trying. The perfect distance you maintained before was just another way of hiding. It was exactly what Vanessa had been thinking, but hadn't said. Hearing it from Julian's sister gave it more weight somehow. Around 10 a.m., Vanessa finally went home. Julian insisted. Caroline was there to sit with him. Vanessa needed to shower, change clothes, maybe sleep in an actual bed for a few hours. I'll be back this afternoon, Vanessa said. You don't have to. We've been through this. I'm coming back. Accept it. Julian smiled, accepting it. The penthouse felt different when Vanessa walked in. Empty, yes, but not in the way it had felt empty for 3 years. This was temporary empty, the kind of empty that had someone coming back to fill it. She showered, let the hot water wash away Julian's blood, the hospital smell, the weight of the last 48 hours. Put on clean clothes,
sat on her bed in the East Wing and tried to process everything that had happened. Marcus was in federal custody. The FBI had enough evidence to put him away for decades. Next Gen Systems was under investigation. The people who killed Isabel were finally being held accountable. And Julian had taken a bullet for her, had told her he loved her while bleeding on a restaurant floor, had meant it. Vanessa lay back on her bed, stared at the ceiling. For 3 years, she'd imagined what it would feel like if Julian finally saw her, finally acknowledged her as a person rather than a contractual obligation. She thought it would feel like victory, like validation. Instead, it felt like responsibility, because now she had to decide what to do with his love, whether to accept it, whether to try to return it, whether to risk building something real with a man who'd spent 3 years proving he didn't know how. Her phone buzzed, a text from Julian. Caroline must have helped him type it with his good hand. "Thank you for staying, for seeing me when I couldn't see myself, for not giving up on us when you had every reason to. Jay." Vanessa read it 3 times. Then she typed back, "Thank you for looking. Better late than never. V." His response came quickly. "I'm going to spend the rest of my life making up for those 3 years, if you'll let me." And Vanessa realized something that made her chest tight with hope and fear in equal measure. She wanted to let him try. Here's the thing about second chances. They're scary because you know exactly how badly things can go wrong. You've lived through the first version, seen all the ways people can hurt each other without meaning to. Giving someone a second chance means choosing hope over experience, choosing possibility over probability. It means saying, yes, you hurt me. Yes, we failed the first time, but I believe we can do better. I believe you've changed enough, and I've changed enough that maybe, just maybe, we can build something worth having. Vanessa had every reason to protect herself, to take the $2 million she was entitled to under their original contract, to walk away from a marriage that caused her 3 years of pain. But she'd also spent 3 years learning Julian's patterns, understanding his business, becoming fluent in his world. She knew him better than almost anyone, knew his fears and his failures, and his capacity for both coldness and warmth. And she believed he could change, had already started changing. The question was, could she? Vanessa returned to the hospital at 2 p.m., walked into Julian's room carrying real coffee, not the hospital cafeteria version, and the financial section of the Wall Street Journal she knew he'd want. "You're supposed to be recovering." "I'm answering 3 emails. That's hardly work." "Julian." He closed the laptop. "You're back." "Told you I would be." "I know, but I'm still surprised every time you keep your promises. I'm not used to that." Vanessa set down the coffee and newspaper, pulled the chair up next to his bed, sat down. "We need to talk about what happens next, about what we're doing here." Julian set aside the laptop, gave her his full attention. "Okay, let's talk." They were about to have the most important conversation of their marriage, not about contracts or arrangements or business deals, about whether 2 broken people could build something whole together, about whether 3 years of distance could be transformed into intimacy, about whether a marriage that started as a transaction could become a partnership, a romance, a love story. The answer wasn't simple. It would take work, honesty, vulnerability that neither of them was particularly good at. But for the first time in 3 years, they were both willing to try. And maybe, just maybe, that was enough. Wednesday afternoon, Julian's hospital room. Vanessa had pulled the chair so close to his bed that their knees were almost touching. She'd been back from the penthouse for an hour, and they'd been circling around the real conversation the entire time. Talking about his physical therapy schedule, about when he'd be discharged, about what the FBI had said about Marcus's prosecution. Everything except what they both knew they needed to discuss. Finally, Julian broke the pattern. "I need to show you something," he said. He reached for the bag Caroline had brought from the penthouse, winced at the movement. His shoulder was still healing, still painful. "Let me," Vanessa said, taking the bag. "There's a folder, brown leather, should be right on top." She found it, pulled it out. The leather was expensive, worn soft from handling. "Open it," Julian said. Inside was a document Vanessa recognized immediately. Their marriage contract, the original agreement, 23 pages detailing every term of their arrangement. 5-year marriage, $10 million to Heart Technologies, $2 million settlement for Vanessa at the end. Separate living quarters, no expectation of intimacy or emotional connection, complete discretion in all public matters. She'd signed it 3 years ago in her father's lawyer's office. Her hand had been shaking so badly she'd barely been able to hold the pen. "Why do you have this?" she asked. "I've been carrying it with me since the gala, since the night you wore red and refused to be invisible anymore." Julian shifted in the bed, trying to sit up straighter. Vanessa helped him, adjusting the pillows behind his back. "I kept reading it, trying to understand what I'd agreed to, what I'd asked you to agree to, and every time I read it, I hated it more. Julian, let me finish, please." "This document," Julian said, gesturing to the contract, "is everything wrong with how I've lived my life since Isabel died. It's calculated, strategic, designed to protect me from feeling anything real." He looked at Vanessa directly. "It treats you like an asset to be managed instead of a person to be known. It reduces our marriage to terms and conditions, and I'm ashamed that I ever thought this was acceptable." Vanessa set the contract on the bed between them. "We both signed it. We both agreed. You agreed because you were 23 and your father was desperate. I agreed because I was a coward. Those aren't the same thing." "Maybe not, but the result was the same. 3 years of loneliness for both of us." Julian reached for the contract with his good hand, held it up. "I want to destroy this. I want to end the arrangement, not because I want you to leave, God, not because of that, but because if you stay, I want it to be your choice every single day, not because of an obligation, not because of money, because you want to." Vanessa felt her throat tighten. "What are you saying?" "I'm saying I want to tear this up, end the contract, release you from every obligation, and then I want to ask you to stay anyway, not as my contractual wife, as my actual wife." He held the contract out to her. "Will you help me destroy this?" Think about what this moment meant. For 3 years, this document had governed their entire relationship. It was the foundation of everything between them. The rules they'd followed, the distance they'd maintained. Destroying it meant admitting that the contract had failed, that you can't reduce human connection to legal terms, that love, or the possibility of love, doesn't fit neatly into clauses and conditions. Vanessa took one edge of the contract. Julian held the other. "On 3, she said. "On 3. They counted together. 1, 2, 3. The paper tore. Not cleanly, it was too thick, too many pages, but it tore. They kept ripping, tearing the contract into smaller and smaller pieces. 23 pages of legal language reduced to confetti. Julian was laughing, actually laughing. Vanessa had never heard him laugh like that, free and genuine and completely unself-conscious. We probably should have read it one more time, made sure we understood all the financial implications of terminating early. I don't care. Whatever the penalty is, it's worth it. They tore the last page, the signature page, the one with both of their names in careful script. Julian held up a piece that had part of his signature. I was so certain this was the right thing to do, hiring lawyers to draft an airtight agreement, making sure every contingency was covered. You wanted to control the outcome. I wanted to avoid being hurt. Turns out, you can't contract your way out of human emotion. Who knew? He was being sarcastic, but there was real truth underneath it. They sat there, surrounded by pieces of torn contract. The bed was covered in scraps of paper. Some had fallen to the floor. A nurse walking by glanced in, saw the mess, and kept walking. Apparently, people did stranger things in hospital rooms. So, Vanessa said, what happens now? We're legally married still, but the contract is gone. What does that make us? That's up to you. You could leave, file for divorce. You'd be entitled to the settlement money. I'll honor that, regardless of the contract being destroyed. Or you could stay. Give me a chance to be the husband I should have been from the beginning. Vanessa picked up a scrap of contract, read the fragment. No expectation of emotional connection or physical intimacy. This part was the worst. Not the separate bedrooms or the limited public appearances. This, the explicit instruction not to connect emotionally. I know. How do we go from that to a real marriage? How do we bridge 3 years of distance?
Julian reached for her hand, held it carefully, like it was something precious that might break. Vanessa Hart, he said slowly, will you marry me? She looked at him, confused. We're already married. We're legally married. I want to marry you for real, not because of a business arrangement, not to protect you by keeping you distant, not because your father needed money or because I needed cover. He took a breath. This was hard for him, being vulnerable, being honest about what he wanted. I want to marry you because you're brilliant and fierce, and you learned an entire language just from listening to my phone calls, because you saw me at my worst, cold and distant and deliberately cruel in my indifference. And you didn't break. You became stronger. His voice got quieter, more intense. I want to marry you because when I thought Marcus might hurt you, I understood what Isabel must have felt. That terror of losing someone you love before you've even told them. That regret of wasted time. I want to marry you because I want to know everything about you, what you dream about, what you're afraid of, what makes you laugh, what book you've read 5 times, what movie makes you cry, what song you sing in the shower when you think no one can hear. He was crying too now, both of them crying in a hospital room surrounded by torn pieces of a contract that had governed 3 years of their lives. I want to marry you because I want to spend my life knowing you, choosing you, loving you. Not perfectly. I'm gonna mess up. I'm gonna fall back into old patterns sometimes. But I want to try. I want to build something real with you. Julian squeezed her hand. So, Vanessa Hart, will you marry me? For real this time.
The room was completely quiet except for the sound of their breathing and the steady beep of Julian's heart monitor. Vanessa looked at this man she'd been married to for 3 years but barely knew. This man who just poured out his heart in a way she'd never imagined he could. And she thought about what she wanted. Did she want the safety of walking away, taking the settlement money and starting fresh somewhere else, building a life that didn't have 3 years of pain baked into its foundation? Or did she want the risk of staying, of believing people could change, of investing her heart in someone who'd already proven he could hurt her? "Ask me again in 6 months," she said finally. Julian's face fell. "What?" "Ask me again in 6 months, when we've actually lived as partners, when we've had time to learn each other without a contract defining our relationship, when we've proven we can do this." "You're saying no?" "I'm saying not yet. I'm saying I need to know that this is real, that it's not just adrenaline from getting shot and trauma bonding from almost dying, that it's guilt making you try to fix 3 years of distance in one grand gesture." She held his hand tighter. "I want to marry you, Julian, the real you, not the man you think you should be or the man you're trying to become, the actual person you are on a random Tuesday when nothing dramatic is happening." "So 6 months. 6 months of actually being married, living together, not in separate wings with separate lives. Together. Having breakfast, talking about our days, fighting about stupid things like whose turn it is to pick the restaurant." Julian was processing this, trying to understand if he was being rejected or being given a chance. "And after 6 months, ask me again, and I'll have an answer based on who we actually are together, not who we hope to be." Julian smiled, small at first, then wider, genuine. "That's the most reasonable response to a proposal I've ever heard, and also be most terrifying." "Why terrifying?" "Because you're giving me 6 months to prove I can be the partner you deserve. That's a lot of pressure." "Good. You should feel pressure. I felt pressure for 3 years trying to be invisible enough not to bother you." "Fair point." Julian shifted, tried to reach for something, winced at the pain in his shoulder. "What are we telling people? Our families? The world?" "We tell them the truth. That we're starting over. That the arrangement is over and we're trying to build something real. And if we fail, if 6 months from now you realize I'm still the same distant workaholic who can't express emotions, then we'll deal with that when it happens. But I don't think you're the same person you were 3 years ago, and I'm definitely not. Deal. 6 months, and then I'm asking again. Deal. 6 months is 182 days, 4,368 hours. Seems like a long time when you're waiting for something. Seems impossibly short when you're trying to transform a marriage built on distance into one built on closeness. Julian came home from the hospital on Friday, like the doctors had promised. Vanessa was there to pick him up, drove him back to the penthouse in the Mercedes. Her Audi was still in evidence lockup, part of the case against Marcus. The first week was awkward. They were both trying too hard, being too polite, too careful with each other. Julian slept in the West Wing, Vanessa in the East. Physical therapy appointments every other day for Julian's shoulder. FBI interviews a few days as they built the case. But slowly, so slowly Vanessa didn't notice it happening until it had already happened. Things started to shift. Week 2. Julian knocked on Vanessa's door at 7 a.m. "I usually run in the mornings," he said, "but I can't yet because of the shoulder. Would you want to have breakfast together instead?" They had coffee and toast, sat at the kitchen island making small talk that felt forced at first but got easier as the minutes passed. It became a routine. Every morning at 7. Sometimes they talked about work, sometimes about the news. Sometimes they just sat in comfortable quiet. Week 4, Vanessa was working late on a project. She'd started doing consulting work for some of Julian's contacts, building her own client base. She lost track of time, looked up at 9 p.m. to find Julian standing in her doorway. "Have you eaten?" he asked. "No, lost track of time." "Want to order something?" They got Thai food, ate it sitting on the living room floor because the dining table still felt too formal. Argued about whether the pod CU was better than the drunken noodles. It was the first real disagreement they'd had that didn't feel heavy, just two people with different opinions about noodles. Week 7, Julian asked Vanessa what she'd wanted to be when she was 8 years old. "A writer," she said. "I had this whole plan to write novels about girls who had adventures. Nothing deep, just fun stories about girls who did brave things." "Why didn't you?" "Seemed impractical. My mom was sick. Money was tight. Writing didn't feel like something we could afford for me to try and fail at." Julian was quiet for a moment. Then, "What if you tried now? Not as a career, just for yourself. See what happens." Week 9, Vanessa was in a bookstore, saw a journal with a leather cover and thick, cream-colored pages, the kind of journal you'd write something important in. She bought it, started writing. Not a novel, just thoughts, observations, pieces of the story she and Julian were building together. Week 12, Julian had a breakthrough in physical therapy. Full range of motion was stored to his shoulder. He came home grinning, grabbed Vanessa, lifted her off the ground in a hug she didn't expect. He said, "I can lift things again." "I can see that. Put me down before you re-injure yourself." But he didn't, not for another few seconds, long enough for Vanessa to realize this was the first time he'd held her when one of them wasn't bleeding or crying or in crisis. It felt normal, easy, right. Week 15, Julian made her an offer. Whitmore Capital needs a VP of strategy, someone who understands Asian markets, speaks Mandarin, can analyze regulatory environments. Interested? "Is this because we're married?" "This is because you're more qualified than any of the other candidates. I ran it by the board, showed them your work, the China analysis, the consulting projects you've done. They voted unanimously to extend the offer." Vanessa took the job, not because she needed it. Her consulting work was going well, building momentum, but because working together felt like the next step, the next test. Could they be partners professionally and personally? Could they collaborate without falling back into the patterns that had defined their first 3 years? Turned out, yes, they could. They disagreed sometimes, argued about strategy, but it was healthy disagreement. Two smart people pushing each other to be better. Week 21, they had their first real fight. Not about work, about the fact that Julian had made plans for a business dinner without checking with Vanessa first. "I thought we were doing this together, not you making decisions and me following along." "You're right, I'm sorry. I fell back into old habits. So check next time. Ask if I'm available before you commit us to something." "I will, I promise." Week 24, they kissed for the first time. Not in crisis, not in a dramatic moment, just kissed. They were in the kitchen. Vanessa was making dinner, something she'd started doing occasionally, finding she actually enjoyed cooking when she had someone to cook for. Julian was setting the table. She said something that made him laugh. He walked over to respond, got close enough that she could see every detail of his face, and then he kissed her. Soft, tentative, asking a question. Vanessa kissed him back, answering. They stood there in the kitchen for a long time, just kissing, learning each other this way too. When they finally pulled apart, Julian's eyes were wet. "What's wrong?" Vanessa asked. "Nothing. Everything's right. That's what's overwhelming. I didn't think I'd get to have this." Week 25. Julian moved his things to the East Wing, not permanently, just for a weekend, testing whether they could share space without it feeling like an invasion. It felt natural, easy. Like maybe they should have been doing this all along. Week 26. They made the move permanent. Converted the West Wing into Julian's office, the East Wing became their bedroom, their shared space. Week 26. 6 months to the day after Julian's first proposal. They were having breakfast at the kitchen island. The morning routine they'd built together. Coffee and conversation and comfortable proximity. Julian set down his cup. It's been 6 months. I know. So I'm asking again. Vanessa Hart Whitmore, will you marry me? For real this time. Not in 6 months or a year. Now. Will you choose this? Choose us. Choose to build a life together that's based on actual partnership instead of contractual obligation. Vanessa knew this was coming, had been thinking about her answer for weeks. 6 months ago, she needed time, needed proof that the change was real, that Julian could actually be the partner he promised to be. And he had been. Not perfectly. He still worked too much sometimes, still struggled with vulnerability, still occasionally fell back into the habit of making decisions alone. But he tried. He apologized when he messed up. He asked questions. He listened to the answers. He'd become the kind of partner Vanessa hadn't known she needed. Yes, she said simply. Yes, I'll marry you. Again, for real this time.
They planned the ceremony for the following month. Small, intimate, nothing like their first wedding. Vanessa's father walked her down an aisle for the second time, but this time he was crying for different reasons. Not grief over a desperate arrangement, but joy that his daughter had found something real. The ceremony was in the penthouse, the same space where they lived separately for 3 years, now transformed into something that actually felt like home. 47 people had attended their first wedding, most of them strangers. 23 people came to their vow renewal, all of them people who mattered. Vanessa's father, Julian's mother and sister, Maria, the housekeeper who'd witnessed the entire evolution of their marriage, Tony Briggs, who'd helped them build the case against Marcus, a few close friends from college Vanessa had reconnected with, Julian's business partners who'd become actual friends. People who knew their story, who understood what this moment meant. They stood facing each other in front of floor-to-ceiling windows overlooking Los Angeles, the same city that had surrounded them for 3 years while they'd been strangers. Julian spoke first. No prepared speech, just honest words. Vanessa, the first time we did this, I made promises I didn't mean. I said I do to a contract, not to a person. I committed to an arrangement, not to you. He took her hands. Today, I'm making different promises, real ones. I promise to see you every day, not just glance at you in passing, but actually look at you and pay attention to what you need, what you're feeling, how you're changing. His voice got stronger. I promise to ask questions instead of making assumptions, to share control instead of hoarding it, to let you in even when it's scary, especially when it's scary. I promise to remember that you learned Mandarin by listening to my phone calls, that you made yourself brilliant in the margins of a marriage that was supposed to keep you invisible, and to never again waste the gift of being married to someone so extraordinary. Julian's eyes were wet, but his voice stayed steady. I promise to have breakfast with you every morning that we're in the same city, to tell you when I'm struggling instead of disappearing into work, to fight with you when we disagree instead of maintaining polite distance. He smiled slightly. I promise to remember that you like the pod CU better than the drunken noodles, even though you're objectively wrong about that. Laughter from their guests. Vanessa smiled, tears streaming down her face. I promise to love you not as an idea or a hope or a project to fix, but as you actually are, brilliant and stubborn and fierce and kind, the woman who wore a red dress to a gala and refused to stay invisible, the woman who wore a wire to catch a murderer, the woman who gave me 6 months to prove I could change and then had the grace to say yes when I asked again.
She took a breath. I can't promise I'll be perfect. I can't promise I won't hurt you sometimes. But I can promise I'll try every single day to be worthy of the second chance you've given me. And if that's not enough, I promise to keep trying anyway. Vanessa wiped her eyes, took a moment to compose herself. Julian, the first time we did this, I made promises out of obligation. I said I do because my father needed me to, because I thought being useful was the same as being valuable, because I didn't know yet that I deserved to be chosen for myself, not for what I could provide. She squeezed his hands. Today, I'm making promises out of choice. I promise to keep choosing you, even when it's hard, even when you fall back into old patterns, even when I'm scared that caring this much about someone makes me vulnerable. I promise to tell you when you're working too much, to call you out when you're being distant, to fight for us, even when it would be easier to let things slide back into comfortable separation. Her voice got softer. I promise to remember that you took a bullet from me. Not because you had to, because you couldn't imagine a world where you didn't try to protect me. And to try to protect you too, from your own worst instincts, from the guilt you carry, from the fear that you're not enough. I promise to write in the journal you encouraged me to buy, to keep becoming the person I started discovering when I was invisible in the margins of our arrangement. To be brave enough to take up space instead of trying to shrink myself to fit into your life. Vanessa smiled through her tears. I promise to correct you every time you try to send me away for my own safety, to remind you that we're partners now and partners face danger together, to be stubborn and difficult and refuse to be protected by distance. The guests laughed. Julian was crying openly now. I promise to love you not as the man you think you should be, not as the perfect partner who never makes mistakes, but as you actually are, brilliant and damaged and trying so hard to be better. The man who learned to make coffee the way I like it, even though we both drink it the same way. The man who asked me to marry you in a hospital room covered in torn pieces of a contract. The man who gave me 6 months to be sure and didn't rush me even though waiting must have terrified you. She paused. I promise to build a life with you that's nothing like what we planned. Better, messier, more real. And to choose that life, choose you every single day.
The officiant, the same judge who'd marry them the first time, smiled. 3 years ago, I performed a ceremony that felt more like a business transaction than a wedding. I'm grateful to be here today for something that actually feels like a marriage. He looked at Julian. Do you take Vanessa to be your wife, not contractually, not strategically, but genuinely, in joy and in difficulty, in closeness and in conflict, choosing her every day for as long as you both shall live? I do, Julian said. And this time, the words sounded completely different, full, real, true. The judge turned to Vanessa. Do you take Julian to be your husband, not out of obligation, not to solve anyone's problems but your own, but because you choose him, because you're building something real together, for as long as you both shall live? I do, Vanessa said, meaning it with every part of herself. Then by the power vested in me by the state of California, I now pronounce you husband and wife. Again, for real this time. He smiled. You may kiss your bride, and actually mean it. Julian pulled Vanessa close, kissed her the way he hadn't at their first wedding. Deep, real, the kind of kiss that promises everything. The reception was simple. Dinner catered by that Thai place they'd come to love. Music from a playlist Julian and Vanessa had built together over 6 months. Dancing in the living room that had once felt like a museum, but now felt like home. Vanessa's father gave a toast. 3 years ago, I asked my daughter to do something I'm not sure I had the right to ask, to marry a stranger to save my company.
And she did it without hesitation, without making me feel guilty. Just did it. He wiped his eyes. I've regretted that decision every day since. The weight I put on her shoulders, the years I stole from her. But today, watching her marry the same man for completely different reasons, I'm reminded that sometimes the worst decisions lead to the best outcomes. Not because the decision was right, but because Vanessa is extraordinary. She took an impossible situation and found a way to build something beautiful. To Vanessa and Julian, may your second marriage be everything your first marriage wasn't. Caroline stood next, Julian's sister, the one who'd flown across the country when he was shot, who'd witnessed their transformation. When Julian told me he was getting married 3 years ago, I was hopeful. I thought maybe he was finally moving past Isabel's death, finally letting someone in. She looked at Julian. But when I came to the wedding and saw how you treated Vanessa, saw the distance, the coldness, I knew you were still hiding, using marriage as another wall instead of a bridge. She turned to Vanessa. And you could have left. Should have left, honestly. You had every reason to walk away from a man who treated you like furniture. But you didn't. You stayed. You became brilliant in the spaces he left empty. You made yourself impossible to ignore. Caroline raised her glass. You saved my brother. Not from a bullet, though you did that too. From himself. From the isolation he'd wrapped around himself like armor. From the belief that caring about someone would only end in loss. Thank you for being stubborn enough to stay, for being brave enough to demand more, for showing Julian what real partnership looks like. They had a first dance, again. The first time it had been to generic instrumental music the hotel provided. Julian had held Vanessa at arm's length for exactly 3 minutes. Formal, distant, performative. This time, Vanessa chose the song, The Night We Met by Lord Huron. Slow, melancholy, about wishing you could go back and do things differently. This is a sad song for a wedding, Julian said as they started to sway. It's a song about regret and second chances. Seems appropriate. They danced close, Vanessa's head on Julian's shoulder, his arms around her waist, moving slowly in the living room that had once felt like a museum, but now felt like home. Do you regret it? Julian asked quietly. The 3 years, the arrangement, what we put each other through. Vanessa thought about it, really thought. I regret the loneliness, the birthdays alone, the feeling like I didn't matter. But I don't regret where it brought us, because I don't think we'd be here, really here, honest and vulnerable, if we hadn't gone through that first. So the pain was necessary? Maybe, or maybe we could have gotten here a different way, but this is the way we did it, and we survived. That counts for something. The party wound down around 11. Guests left in ones and twos, hugs and congratulations and promises to visit soon. By midnight, it was just Vanessa and Julian, alone in the penthouse that had been their prison, and now was their home. The physical space had changed over the last 6 months. They'd hired contractors to remove the wall separating the east and west wings, opened up the floor plan, created one large master suite instead of 2 separate bedrooms. The formal dining room they'd never used became a library. Floor-to-ceiling bookshelves filled with Vanessa's novels and Julian's business books and new books they were discovering together. The living room had actual comfortable furniture now, a couch you could sink into, throw pillows, blankets, evidence that people actually live there instead of just passing through. The kitchen had Vanessa's coffee mugs and Julian's favorite pan and a refrigerator covered in takeout menus and photos and the detritus of actual life. It looked like a home. Finally. They sat together on the couch, Vanessa's head on Julian's shoulder, his arm around her. The city lights spread out below them through those floor-to-ceiling windows. 997 days. That's how long we were married before you actually touched me, before the gala, before everything changed. I know. I counted too. I wonder how many days of closeness we'll get to balance it out. Julian pulled her close. let's aim for the rest of our lives. Vanessa smiled. That's ambitious. What if we fight? What if we get sick of each other? What if the honeymoon phase ends and we remember why we spent 3 years apart? Then we fight and make up and keep choosing each other anyway. That's what marriage is, right? Not the absence of difficulty, just the commitment to work through it. When did you become wise about relationships? I've been reading books, lots of books. Turns out I didn't know anything about being a partner. I had to educate myself. You read relationship books? 6 of them. Took notes. There's a whole section in my office dedicated to how to be a better husband.
Vanessa turned to look at him, this man she'd married twice, once out of obligation, once out of choice. Thank you, she said. For what? For trying, for changing, for giving me a reason to stay. Julian kissed her forehead. Thank you for staying, for being patient when I was learning, for not giving up on us when you had every reason to. They sat there for a long time, just being together. No agenda, no schedule, no contracts defining what they were allowed to feel. Just 2 people who found each other in the most backwards way possible, who'd started as strangers, become enemies, transformed into allies, and finally became partners. Their story wasn't conventional, wasn't simple, wasn't the kind of romance that started with love at first sight and progressed smoothly toward happily ever after. But it was theirs, hard-won, earned through pain and perseverance and the willingness to keep trying even when failure seemed inevitable. And maybe that made it better, more real, more valuable, because they both knew exactly what they were choosing, knew the cost of distance and the work required for closeness, knew that love wasn't just something that happened to you, it was something you built day by day, choice by choice, morning by morning. Some marriages begin with love and lose it. The passion fades, the connection weakens. 2 people who started out certain they were meant for each other wake up one day as strangers. Vanessa and Julian's marriage began without love, started with distance and coldness and a contract that explicitly forbade emotional connection. But they found love anyway. Found it in shared breakfasts and late-night work sessions and arguments about noodles and collaboration on business strategy, in the slow, painful work of learning to trust again, in the choice to stay when leaving would have been easier, to try when giving up would have been justified, to believe in the possibility of change, even when all the evidence suggested people don't really transform. It took 33 months of silence for them to learn how to speak, how to really communicate, how to be honest about what they needed and what they could offer. And now they had a lifetime of speaking to make up for lost time, a lifetime of mornings and conversations and fights and reconciliations, a lifetime of choosing each other over and over again. So let me ask you something. Would you have given him a second chance? If you were Vanessa, if you'd spent 3 years being invisible, being treated like an obligation, being erased in your own marriage, would you have stayed when Julian finally woke up? Would you have believed the change was real? Would you have risked your heart on someone who'd already proven they could hurt you? Or is 3 years too long to wait for someone to see you? Is there a point where the damage is too deep, where the resentment has calcified into something that can't be softened? There's no right answer. Some people would have left. Some people would have stayed. Both choices would have been valid. Vanessa chose to stay, chose to give Julian 6 months to prove the change was real, chose to build something new from the wreckage of what they'd started with. And Julian chose to do the work,
chose to go to therapy, chose to read those relationship books and take notes and actually apply what he learned, chose to be vulnerable, even when everything in him screamed to protect himself with distance. They chose each other every day, in small moments and large ones, in crisis and in calm. And that choice, that daily recommitment, transformed a contract into a marriage, transformed strangers into partners, transformed pain into purpose. If you enjoyed this story, I want to hear from you. Drop a comment telling me, would you have stayed? Would you have given Julian that second chance, or would 3 years of loneliness be too much to overcome? And if you've ever been in a relationship that started wrong but became right, if you've ever given someone a second chance and then had it work out, share that too. Because these stories matter. They remind us that people can change, that broken things can be repaired, that sometimes the longest way around is the shortest way home. Hit that like button if you believe in second chances. If you believe that love can be found even in the most unlikely places. If you believe that transformation is possible when two people commit to the work. Until then, remember, some love stories start perfect and end broken. Others start broken and end perfect. The question is, which one would you rather have? This was Millionaire Love Tales, where hearts remember what money forgets.